Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 372. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you today. How are you today, my friend? Is that a Fragile?
It is.
So I could tell just from half the logo. It's so nerdy because I played it so much recently that's great. So that's official merch.
Yeah, it is. I love this jacket. It's got like a whole thing on the back too.
Oh, cool. That's super cool.
I don't know if you could really see.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I got you.
No, I love this thing.
You've had that from the first. I mean, Fragile's really not. I mean, well, I don't want to get into it, but that's from the first game.
Yeah. I think I either got this like maybe like a month before or after the game.
Are you fragile, but you're not fragile?
I do like what this jacket or what the sweatshirt must look like if you have no context for what the hell is. He's like, why would you wear that? Yeah,
he's a man who wears his heart on his sleeve.
He's an easy mark, that one.
Yeah,
but
maybe an easy lover as well.
He's an easy lover.
Phil Bailey's just killing it on that song, isn't he?
Dude, I love that song. Have you seen the live video? It kind of had like meme popularity recently.
Oh, like them playing it in the 80s? Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like doing the dance.
Dude, they were so great. And then it's so sad because Phil Collins, like, I saw a show of his, it was like a year or two ago where he's like sitting in a chair, like on stage because he's so fucked up and I can't play drums anymore. And
yeah.
So, yeah, sad. But that's a great song. That was the first song I ever learned on bass when I was a kid. Like my bass player that in my band, like they would leave all their equipment in my house because we played at my house. Like ding, 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 ding. It's just a syncopated thing. It's so fun. I love that song. That's a great song. Shout out to Phil Collins, Phil Bailey.
Yeah, man,
killing it on Easy Lover. Dustin, executive producer. It's Tarman. I'm reaching out to you from a secret connection.
A private line.
A private link. Yeah.
Private connection.
I get it. Every single time, like, without fail. It's crazy. I'm gonna start answering every single phone call like that, or like making any phone call that is like, "Mom, I hope you know that I'm reaching you on a secure connection."
Yeah,
secure connection. Yeah,
I hope so. Meanwhile, you're not. Everyone's listening to you anyway.
Yeah, who cares? Whatever.
That's why you see Kamala Harris was taught. She said this during the race, but she uses wired. She was like on the Senate Intel Committee, and so she's privy to all this shit, and she refuses to use Bluetooth. I'm like, that's very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, nothing we do is secure.
No,
pretty much anywhere.
No, the internet knows everything about me. It knows me better than I know myself. That's why I don't search for anything on YouTube. I just watch whatever it shows me.
Yeah, just let it feed you content. We don't need to think about that. Be the slave to the algorithm. That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm totally a slave to it, no doubt.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm pretty good. Just been doing a bunch of stuff, working, getting some things ready. You got me thinking about Phil Collins, though. And of course, you got to shout out the Tarzan soundtrack.
Oh, wow.
For going
late, Phil Collins.
Unnecessarily hard for what it is. I mean, the soundtrack has outlived the movie tenfold at this point. And it's saying something. Tarzan, fine movie, but not whatever. That soundtrack, though, you reminded me because we were talking about that live video where they're doing like the dance, and so there's been a bunch of memes like when me and the boys crack open the first beer on a Friday,
right?
And it's that dance. There's another video and it's the same type of meme, like cracking open the first beer, but it's a song Layla.
Oh yeah,
with Eric Clapton. And it's him playing the intro. But the best part is that on the end of his Stratocaster, he's got a lit cig.
Oh yeah,
it's like stuck on the top, and I'm like, man, smoking does in certain cases make you look so cool.
Oh, the coolest,
unbelievably cool.
It's purely aesthetic. It does look cool.
It's like Slash with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth as he's fucking ripping a 90-second solo. On stage. Dope. And he's like not smoking it, but it stays lit the entire time. It's amazing.
Dude, it's crazy.
I didn't really know that song at all. Layla, Eric Clapton.
Oh, I love Layla.
Amazing song.
Oh yeah, dude, Clapton's amazing.
That riff was one of the first riffs that I learned because it was just like that beginning, like
yeah, dude.
Oh, it's so good.
Do you guys like? Do you like Cream?
Well, I haven't really listened to very much.
Got LA on the mind. Cream, I love Cream. They're great. I Feel Free.
Yeah.
It's a fucking sick song.
I don't know if I know it by name. I've probably heard it though.
Yeah, that's like his band before he became like a solo artist.
Right.
Yeah. I gotta expand. There's a lot of Eric Clapton crossover in the Beatles lore that I'm very familiar with. He famously stole George Harrison's wife.
Right. Of course.
And they were still boys after that. I'm sure there was a little tension. A hair.
I don't think Phil Harrison. It sounds like Phil Harrison didn't. He was like, "Thank you. I can move. I'm a Beatle. I can just move on."
Yeah.
That's great. Phil Harrison. He said Phil Harrison.
Let me save you guys. George Harrison. Let me save you guys as quick as possible. I'm interrupting for that.
I love that. Oh, that's fucking. Oh my god, I'm fucking brain rotten.
I had this really strong image of Phil Harrison.
I see him now too.
Yeah, it's just like stealing someone's
his
wife.
Bald head.
Oh, that's so damn funny.
Now, best Phil Collins song, Susudio?
I don't know that one.
Susudio?
Oh, it's good.
Oh my god, dude. That's a fucking SUSSUDIO is the. Oh my god, that's a fucking banger.
That is a banger. That's definitely top 3 for sure.
Yeah.
If we're doing top 3, I mean, I guess are we including Genesis songs?
No, that's like a totally. Well, I mean, you could.
That's a different animal,
Genesis, but I consider that a totally different.
I think it would still be in the top 10 though. Studio is just real good.
Yes, the studio is awesome because everyone like In the Air Tonight, Another Day in Paradise. These are great songs, but there's a lot of. That's all. Is that Genesis or is
that's Genesis? Because that's the song I was going to bring up.
Yeah, that's
my fave.
That song's got awesome, really subtle fills on the drums in it that are like super technical, but like kind of low key. Dude, he's awesome.
Have you guys seen the music video for That's All?
Oh yeah.
Is it the puppets?
Awesome. Phil Collins. He's like a reject member of like the Little Rascals or something.
Oh no, I don't know.
Ready to
what was the puppets?
Shoot
Land
up.
of Confusion?
Land of Confusion. That's what it is.
Or something.
I don't know if I've seen this. That's all video.
Here.
Okay.
I can't link it in the video. Sorry, guys, but it's so. It's just so funny thinking about how music videos work compared to now, where they're like, just have the guys stand around in an outfit we think is cool.
Yeah, this is weird too. I love music videos and I love watching people play. Like I've said this many times that like I need to see the band playing in the music video. I think it's a really important component of it. I hate music videos when they don't do that. But yeah, that was like when Genesis got back together. Why can't I think of the original guy's singer's name? He's huge.
Oh my god,
Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
And they split into a bunch of different, like Mike and the Mechanics comes from Genesis and all that kind of stuff. A lot of great stuff. Anyway,
this is a good way to start off our Genesis podcast.
Yeah, Sega Genesis. It's over. It's all over. It's done. Yeah. It's good to be here with you guys today. So everyone's well. Chris, you're well. Dustin, you're well. I assume. Yeah. I mean, maybe you're lying.
Well is a perfect adjective.
Well, maybe fine.
Fine. Yeah,
that's
fine.
That's well. I think well is like no one's excitedly well.
Right. I feel pretty good. Been a good week. Weather's been okay. Been banging around, just playing games and playing drums and I don't know, eating food, sleeping.
It bears repeating.
Here we are again. How much longer can this go, really? 372 episodes.
You can go forever, man.
I think it probably is going to go along.
It'll be hilarious. Our minds will all start to go.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely already losing my mind. Because I'm oldest, first of all, so I'm going to go first. Probably. Right. I mean, that's what time. The plaque's building up on my brain. The gray matter is getting slower. My neurons aren't firing as sharply as they used to be. Plus, I smoke weed, so I'm going to be out of it soon. And then it's going to have to leave the show to you guys. You can just wheel me in, and I'll just kind of sit here like you're awkwardly visiting your grandfather at a assisted living facility or something. I never had to do that, actually, thankfully.
Mm.
Yeah. Like my grandfather, well, I didn't, both of them died, of old age. And well, my one grandfather died of cancer, but he was old. But when my grandmother was getting old, we just had someone come to our house. We had these two Jamaican ladies named Audrey and Pauline, and they would trade off like a day at a time, and then they would go back to Brooklyn or wherever the fuck they were living. And so grandma withered away in her own house, which is what I hope I get to do as well. Yeah. Let me go crazy, but don't make me leave the house. And it'll be like 50 first dates where I wake up every day and you have to explain my whole life to me. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Did you ever see that movie, Drew Barrymore, Adam Sandler, 50 First Dates?
I saw it a long time ago.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater actually. I don't know why. When I was in college, but I always was like disturbed by it a little bit. It's like, wow, like this chick wakes up every day and has no fucking idea what happened. And you have to explain it to her every day. And it's supposed to be like this romantic thing. If I were Adam Sandler, I'd be like, a few months in, I'd be like, this fucking sucks. You got to hit it and quit it. She won't know. She won't know.
That's true. It is a vaguely like cosmically horrifying
Definitely. Concept. Yeah, it's like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, then it brings in a consent issue. It's like, well, she consented yesterday, but today she doesn't know you.
Right.
So are you a pervert?
Right.
The answer is probably yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
To stay in that situation means you're kind of into it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you're into the fact that she can't remember, which is weird inherently.
Right. Yeah. There's something subtle you like about it. It's like when I watch My 600 Pound Life or whatever, and sometimes the boyfriend is just like clearly a feeder fetishist. They never acknowledge it, but it's like, he'll just go like the guy. It's like, the doctor will be like, who's getting you all this food? And it's like, well, my boyfriend goes to McDonald's and buys me $30 of food every day. And then like puts it, dude, I saw this one shit.
And then it's never a part of the episode too.
Yeah.
It's never. Like that, it's like that Tim Robinson, like we're looking for the guy who did this.
Right. Exactly. It's like, dude, some of these, I've seen things on that, because this is what the algorithm's been recommending me now. Is like where people like lay back and then they just have the food spread out on their gut. Like a smorgasbord. Like I'm like, this is Jabba the Hutt level fucking crazy. Good shit. These people, we talk about athletes pushing the human body, right? These people are pushing the human body to its absolute fucking limit. You got to respect
I gotta be real. I see a bodybuilder. I have zero respect at all for it. Like it makes no difference to me. I see somebody who is 600 pounds and they look shapeless.
Right. They have nowhere left for the fat to go.
That's impressive.
Like where your forehead starts getting fat and like weird shit like that. It's like, holy Christ, there's nowhere left for your body to staple this onto.
Right. Your eyes get fat.
And you have to eat. Did I say this on this show that I was flabbergasted when the doctor would be like, to maintain your weight, you have to be eating 25,000 calories a day. Like impossible numbers, dude. Where I'm like, I love eating. I think about food all the time. I'd be way fatter than I am now if I really gave into it, but I don't know that I could sustain that. I could be 300 pounds.
Oh yeah.
No problem.
You should try it.
Oh, like Mac on Always Sunny.
Yeah. Just give it a shot.
But I don't know that I could be much heavier than that. Like, I don't think it's possible. Like, you have to eat too much. It's just, I love food, but like, how do you eat so much?
I don't like eating enough to get even remotely that close.
Shut up. First of all. Second, when your stomach would expand over time.
Right. That's the problem, is that why they need the gastric bypass, because they're always hungry. But it's just crazy. Like you don't need anyone's help to lose weight when you're that heavy. Just eat like a normal person. Eat like two normal people, and you'll lose the weight will just come off because you're not eating enough to maintain it.
I feel like the budget too must be crazy.
Oh, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like what the hell? How much food could you possibly afford even?
Right. It's nuts. And because they're on disability, a lot of them too, which is nice. Yeah. So they're fat, so they're on disability, and then they use their disability money to stay fat. So pretty perfect, actually. What do you think about it? I
was going to say, maybe it's the move.
Maybe a great way for us to deal. We have a lot of old people in the United States and around the world, like, Social Security, Medicare becoming strained. We should encourage people to become fat. because none of them will make it.
I mean, they are kind of passively doing that right now. Like they're saying like, oh, well, it's okay. It's got real sugar in it. So it's good for you. It doesn't have any artificial dyes. So it's good. You know, it doesn't matter the high calories, the amount of sugar, none of that matters. All it matters is that artificial dye, bro. Go ahead, have a million beef tallow fries.
Yeah, tallow fries.
It's the oil that was making us.
It's a very RFK solution where it's like, yeah, we're gonna take fluoride out of your water, but do nothing about sugar. It's like, okay, we're gonna look like Brits in like 2 minutes.
Oh no,
but, it's so fucking crazy. I saw a video of somebody like washing all of the dye off of Skittles.
Oh, I saw that too. Yeah.
And I was like,
well, now you're good. It's all good now.
Yeah. Now it's great. Now you can have it 24/7. It was all the dye. It was all the red 40 or yellow 5 or whatever the hell it is.
I continue to be distressed by this move that apparently is happening where like Coca-Cola is going to start making real sugar Coke in the United States. Did we talk about this on this show? I've talked about it somewhere.
We've definitely talked about it on the show. Yeah.
Where like corn syrup Coke is fucking completely elite. It's like the best Coke. Same thing with Pepsi. When people are like, oh, especially in California, it's very common to get Mexican Coke, right? And which is glass bottle Coke. And I drink, and I'm like, this sucks. Like I don't know why. It's like
crazy.
It's like it's way too sweet. It's like. And I'm telling you, they do something like that. Like they remove the corn syrup from Coke and Pepsi. They're going to have a new Coke situation on their hands. I think a lot of people take it totally for granted. They think that that's what they want. And they're going to be in for a fucking rude awakening. If Coke didn't exist with corn syrup in it, I wouldn't drink it anymore. Like, and it's not because I like corn syrup. It's because I think corn syrup is underrated. It's awesome. It's cheap sweetener, but like just control yourselves. Maybe that's the solution. But that like it's what makes it taste a certain way. I think people take that for granted. It's surprising to me that Coke's even entertaining this because the last time they did it in the 80s, it fucking blew up in their faces and it really hurt them. And it wasn't over corn syrup; it was over something entirely where they like made a new Coke formula, you know. And people were like, "This shit sucks," and they like reversed. It's like a famous case of like business stumbling, rocking will rake for no reason. And I think they were feeling the pressure from Pepsi, which was finally starting to come up in the 80s. So anyway, fuck sugar Coke and sugar Pepsi. I don't want that in the United States.
I feel like that's so crazy. I feel like every time I've ever had Coke in a can that was just, or like Coke that was just, I never liked soda growing up specifically because I think it was that. And then I remember the first time I had Coke from a glass bottle in here in California, and I was like, oh, this is actually like a good drink. I still don't drink it all that often because I ultimately still don't like the fizz of soda. Like I don't get it. But like I would entertain a glass bottle proper sugar Coke way eons before I would ever open up a can.
I might for the first time go and protest if they do this. I'm going to go outside of the Coke factory in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And be like, bring back the corn syrup. Bring it back. I don't know what we're fucking talking about, but we're here on Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be with the boys today, and it's good to be here with all of you out there. We go up each and every week. You can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do without your support over there. $5 a month is the sweet spot. That's where many people are, and we appreciate you, but you can go $1, $2, $5, $10, $25. There's all sorts of different tiers. The $5 tier gets you early ad-free access to this show and all the other shows in our network. The ability to submit inquiries to the show. You get access to the Discord. You can use the RSS feeds to feed the shows without ads and early directly to your podcast service of choice. You can do the same with Spotify. And there's a lot more on Patreon as well. Sacred Symbols Plus is another perk. Our weekly supplement to Sacred Symbols where we do deep dives and game discussions and interviews and so on and so forth. So again, Death Stranding 1, or Death Stranding Director's Cut and Death Stranding 2 review discussions are over there. I sat down with lawyer Rick Hogue recently to talk about a bunch of legal matters. I talked to Tom from Moore's Law is Dead about the PlayStation 6 and the PlayStation 6 handheld, which is very exciting. Coming up is, I don't even want to say what it is. It's something that people have been asking for a while, and we're recording this tomorrow. And it'll go live on Saturday. So the day after this goes live on Patreon. Please look forward to it. And Sacred Streaming. I would say it's going off without a hitch, but that's not true. Hashim Barakat wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Boys. I was saddened by the technical issues and Leslie Benzie's sabotage during your MindsEye stream. I really enjoyed your reactions and Gene's commentary, and I hope that you go to continue your stream, your platinum journey. Also, would you consider streaming other fun, bad games like Colin's Game of the Century, Amy? Thank you for the great content as always. I will take my expired medication and safely dispose of them. That's wonderful. I say you keep the medication to trade in a future apocalyptic situation. Because it'll be a little inert, but it will probably still be valuable. People are going to want your fucking Percocets and your Advil and so on and so forth. Maybe not a pharmaceutical though. Yeah, the last stream didn't go very well. It was fun, but we had a lot of
content was good.
Right.
Yeah.
But we have some solutions set up that we're going to try now for the next one that we just did it actually, Dustin and I, before the show that we're recording now to see if it would work. We have more experimentation to do, but I think things will be a little bit more stable this time. But it was still fun. It was cool to sit with everyone. I'm not going back to MindsEye on stream. We'll talk about MindsEye later. But recent streams you can check out on VOD on Patreon. The Sacred League returns, so part one of that. Deep dive into E3 1995, which was really fun, and so on and so forth. I'm thinking about finally getting to the Astrobot DLC now. Maybe we'll do that again this week. Seems like some people were disappointed we didn't just do that, so maybe I will just do that for Monday. So let's just assume that that's what's going to happen. And then if I want to call an audible, I'll do it. But I want to get through this Astrobot DLC. I was also thinking about playing Mafia at some point, but I really just want to play it on my own because I'm looking forward to that game. But I thought maybe it would be fun to connect to my Sicilian roots. These are my people.
Yeah.
So, in fact, when it takes place, my family would have long still been in Sicily. So perhaps my people are in it. I don't know. If they would be aware of the Ruggieros, but we were bouncing around.
Go erase Colin from history by playing Mafia, the old country, and just going on a spree.
Yeah, and killing my great grandfather or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely connected. So
he fades away. You're gonna fade away on an episode one day, and we're gonna be like, "What happened?" It's like, too many people bought Mafia.
Yeah, it's the grandfather paradox. So yeah, I'm slowly getting erased.
Yeah.
Merch, lastdaymedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, etc. Free shipping in the United States on all stickers. Go check out what we have to offer and get your copy of Herbroxia Physical if you haven't already. We have plenty of those left over.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cash App. Cash App is a super easy way to send and receive money, and it really couldn't be more convenient. I'm a deal hunter, and I love browsing around on Facebook Marketplace. And when I do find something I like, it can be annoying having to go to the ATM, get cash out when it's finally time to make the deal. So I've been suggesting Cash App to make it as hassle-free as possible. It's really fast to sign up and get started so you can make those deals or be the one getting paid. If you weren't up to speed already, Cash App is way more than just a safe way to send and receive money. With the Cash App card, you unlock tons of perks without all the fees. Enjoy benefits like exclusive early access to nationwide concert presales, Kendrick Lamar and Sabrina Carpenter to name a couple recent examples, plus discounts on everyday purchases and popular brands you're probably already spending money on. Cash App also adds security to your money by declining suspicious card transactions and sending you a notification to make sure the payment is really you. If your card is ever lost or stolen, you can lock it with just one tap right in the app. Spend with confidence with the Cash App card today. For a limited time only, new Cash App customers can use our exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real. Just download Cash App, use our exclusive referral code SACRED in your profile, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposits, roundups, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcasts for full disclosures.
Okay, let's get into some topics of discussion, stretch our legs, and see what's happening with the people out there. And then we'll get into the games discussion. There's quite a bit of news this week. We'll get into what we're playing. I've been playing quite a bit. And then we'll end the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, games related from the audience. We'll begin with Zach Apuzzo. Says, boys, I'm writing in as an update to the Tarman coworker situation under some unfortunate duress. So people might remember last week in episode 371, Zach Apuzzo wrote in saying that there was a woman, right? A woman named with the last name Tarman, and he was going to like make some sort of comment that would be Death Stranding related. Anyway, I was fired from my job the day after Sacred was published. And in fact, my manager just so happened to walk into the lab and saw me watching and laughing at my segment last week while I was in the middle of filling test files. I woke up to an email about my termination with zero further information. While I doubt this was the true reason, my manager was a dickhead. I like to think it was Sacred Symbol's fault for not only causing divorces, but now the dismissal of my job. Jokes aside, I'm really down about this and questioning my career in the pharma industry. The podcasts keep my head up. I guess we'll never know what Tarman would have said. You can blame this one on us if you want. I mean, if that's what makes you happy. Definitely blame me. I mean, everyone else blames me for everything too. So you can blame me for this. But it might be that you were dealing with pharmaceutical vials while laughing and watching a podcast that had something to do with your dismissal. So could have been any podcast. You could have been listening to fucking Pat McAfee for all I know. You going to go blame him? So I don't know that Zach, I don't know that I fully I'm happy to take credit for people's divorces, right? Like, that's great. I think that's fun. I enjoy that. But this I can't really take credit for because you could have been watching and doing anything. You were not in the zone working.
Is it obvious to everybody around you that you're listening to a podcast? Like, do you just have earbuds in and your phone's like kind of tucked away in your pocket? Because I feel like to the outside observer, it just kind of looks like you're cackling at pharmaceuticals.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but
it's concerning.
But he said
that's pretty concerning, man.
He used the verb watching, though. He said it saw me watching and laughing. So, like, did he have his phone maybe out, tipped on something to yeah, like I agree with you. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, like, if I will say, like, somebody cackling to themselves at vials of medicine.
It's like it's really like a mad scientist situation. Like, imagine like about like you know,
sure. Right? It's immediately concerning.
Sure,
I get it. I see what happened.
Well, Zach, I'm sorry that you lost your job. If you're in the pharma industry, I assume that you're going to be just fine. But
yeah,
I'm sorry that happened to you. Maybe you should be more, when you're clocked in, clue in.
Yeah, when you're clocked in, lock in.
Lock it. Right. That's right. Wrote in and said, and by it's wrote WROTEINN. So like the wrote in. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. Colin, I've thought this for a while, but had to write in this week because of something you said recently regarding episode titles. You are correct that you have an audience that will listen to your stuff no matter what you title the Sacred Symbols episodes. If LSM was only you, I would not be writing this. I just feel like it is a bit selfish to title everything song lyrics and severely limit your reach. In my opinion, you are actively making your employees lose money by not growing the audience with better titles for your biggest show. That exponential growth could easily lead to support for other shows at LSM and everyone else's personal endeavors. You have earned the right to title the shows whatever you want, but more people should get to hear the podcast. It's wonderful. They're not just going to find it if the title is song lyrics. Everyone gets paid enough, I think. I think we're fine.
Wow.
I
think everyone would like to make more money.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know what I can do. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, unfortunately.
Well, there was a suggestion right there.
Do you have any feelings about this, Dustin, as the producer? Everyone else does name their shows appropriate. Well, I don't want to say appropriately. It's like, you can name it whatever the fuck you want. Like, for instance, if Summon Sign was named like stupid shit, I wouldn't care, personally. But I know that, Maddie does very clickable headline thumbnail stuff for Duke. I know it's weird. I know it's like antithetical to things and it doesn't make any sense, but I like being weird and off the radar and like that people have to kind of like get into it. I like that it's not clickable. I like that we don't do clickbait. I like that every headline isn't like PlayStation going third party and question with like 3 question marks on it. And I'm like on the fucking thumbnail or whatever. Like, I like that we don't do that. That's easy. What's not easy is naming your show after Limp Bizkit lyrics and not telling it, and then going an hour without any PlayStation coverage every episode. We're finding the real ones, in my opinion. So I'm totally fine with it personally, but I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about it.
Well, I think there's some truth to this, because we are definitely limiting ourselves. Like, here's the thing. I think that Last Stand as a whole, everyone can, on their individual shows, as you mentioned, do different things, but we're never gonna be, it would never make sense for us to be full-blown YouTuber titles, thumbnails, like if we started soy facing in every thumbnail and doing Mr. Beast type stuff, I think we would lose a lot of our core audience. That would be a bad idea. At the same time, I think we could have our cake and eat it too. I mean, this is public. You can see this on our YouTube. Sacred numbers currently, along with a lot of shows, are just down. And I think that has to do with the console, where we're at in the life cycle. This is normal. So it wouldn't hurt to increase our discoverability. It wouldn't hurt to ask people to subscribe to our channel. There's some things, like, I think we could meet in the middle without losing who we are. That would help things grow. So that's my thought. Take it or leave it.
Should I name this episode something insane? And see.
Well, that's not what I was recommending, but you could, certainly. It's up to you.
I'm already writing down. Hold on a second. I'm already writing down an idea. Okay.
But just the title isn't necessarily going to make things flip overnight either, I don't think.
Yeah. I personally don't really look. I personally don't really look at the number, like the traffic numbers. I have no idea. I do look at iTunes to see just where we are. That's more important to me than like how we're doing overall, is like where we are amongst our peers, and we're always near the top.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't notice that traffic was down, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not like a crazy amount. I think everyone's traffic down. I was talking to somebody recently that, like, right now that's just kind of this space across the board. I mean, especially being summertime too, but these things ebb and flow. You go up and down.
Yeah. I don't know. I appreciate wrote in the write-in, and is it unfair to the other shows? I don't really see it that way. I actually see it totally differently than that. That the other shows are all, or were, I mean, they're all permanent fixtures, but they were all experiments created using Sacred Symbols money to try to spread the field, and that they all owe themselves to Sacred Symbols, because without Sacred, none of them would obviously exist at all. And so it's the audience that watches and listens to this, or watched and listened to this, that then found those other shows. So it's a gateway drug to those other things. So, because I've said before, like, the easiest way, and this is how you know that I'm not really money hungry, is that the easiest way for us to make money is to just do Sacred Symbols. Get rid of all the other shows and everyone that does them, and just do this. And I'm not saying once a week, like, do it multiple times a week, multiple Sacred Symbols Plus episodes, streaming. That would be the route to make the most money. So obviously that's not, I don't know if you guys disagree, but I think that's fairly obvious, like to double and triple down on the massive brand. But I actually wanted to do the opposite, which was use some of the cachet that this show built to spread it to other shows, to try to spread the risk and get people more content for their buck, for bang for their buck, if it makes any sense. That's the one thing I'm really proud of with us, is like, when I started this in 2017, $5 a month. And when we started, it's like $5 a month at one time got you knockback and fireside chats. Then it got you knockback, fireside chats, and Sacred Symbols. Now $5, and that was in like 2018. Now $5 a month gets you Sacred Symbols Plus, Punching Up, Summon Sign, and Duke and the streaming VODs, and that, like, so we've never raised prices, and we've just given you more and more and more. So I feel like I've kind of put my heart on my sleeve in that regard, where I'm like, I'm not actually trying to maximize funds. I'm trying to, like, do cool things and try to find the next Sacred Symbols, and I'm proud of all the shows. I think they've all done really well. So, and I'm happy with them. So, and it's not so much about public traffic. It's like how we're doing with, like, crowdfunding. And while the stats that we're getting for I was looking actually today at, like, what the website tells me and then, like, what the app tells me, and the numbers are, like, totally different. It's like, what is going on? The only thing we know for sure is how much money we're making, because that's obviously like a tangible number that gets put into our bank account every month, and that's great. So that's the only number that really matters to me, actually. And like the people that are enjoying it through that. Like, so I've said before, like there are channels with millions of subscribers that do hundreds of thousands and millions of views on their videos that don't make anywhere near as much money as Last Stand. Like, and so it's so I don't think people should be confused about like what is valuable to us as a company, which is like public traffic is nice, but not really what we're trying to do. But maybe we'll just do Sacred Symbols. Should we fire everyone?
I mean, sure.
It seems like that's what Wrote In is suggesting. So
yeah, and we'll blame it all on him. Project Wrote In.
Him, yeah. It's crazy. I don't know.
Well,
I like how weird it is. Like, I personally would name it even worse.
Yeah,
I would have it be like
way, Chris.
I would have it be like LOL, and then that would be the title of something. Like, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Now, I'm not naming them just random lyrics. The lyrics do have something to do with the subject matter of the show, but you would have to know the subject matter of the show and then cross-reference them, right?
Right.
So like I use the guy, like May 26th, I named the episode 360. I'll confess this, you're my tragedy. That's a Godsmack lyric, but it was about Bungie and how Bungie's like unraveling. Right. And such a beautiful lie to believe in is May 19th. It's like the disparate nature of the fiscal reports with like the rumors about the brand or whatever. So it's not like I'm just like listening to a song and then like being like, I like that lyric and I'm going to put it in here. It's usually like trying to find the fit. It's a way for me to exercise a little bit of creativity, I guess, in a very mundane life. I'm glad you feel that way, Chris. A little bit of balance then. I'm somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
I guess. One of the things that I love seeing more and more, and I see this about Punching Up, I see this about Summon Sign, I see this about Duke, I see this about everything, is when people are like, this is my favorite Last Stand show. It makes me feel good. Like less pressure is on me. Like people are finding their way and they're really attracted to these other shows and it's not about my show. I actually dig that a great deal. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel good for the people that do those shows. And it makes me feel good for the business. Spread the risk a little bit.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway, Dustin, I'm going to name this, since we're going to talk about Physint, we'll name it Let's Get Physical.
Physintcal?
Physintcal? Yeah, let me write that down. Physintcal. It's all
I would call it see, I would name it Colin Dies in This One For Real.
Colin Dies in This One, parentheses
for real.
For real, right.
Yeah. Gone Sexual. Remember those?
Gone Sexual, dude.
That's vintage stuff now. That's like 2016, 2017.
All right, so yeah, I'll put Physint into the title. We'll see how it does. Timothy McVeigh's delivery service wrote in. It said, please rank how autistic the following fan bases are: Sonic, One Piece, Kingdom Hearts, Roblox, Marvel. It's an interesting one. One Piece would be the least, right?
Yeah, I think
there's a lot of it though. A lot of it to know.
I think it would be towards the bottom, maybe, of this. Which, to be fair, this is a pretty high concentration list.
Right. This is a high autism zone.
But this would be on the lower. I mean, personally, I'd probably say Sonic at number one, probably. And then Kingdom Hearts probably close second. And then
Sonic, Kingdom Hearts.
Roblox,
well, guys,
I don't know.
I'm part of two of these cultures. So I feel like I have the most grounds to rank these.
Sonic and Roblox.
Yeah, Sonic and Roblox. But I agree with Chris so far. Sonic number 1.
Yeah, definitely.
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Roblox 3. One Piece 4. Marvel 5, because Marvel has the most mainstream.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one I'm not sure about is Roblox, because I think Roblox is so popular with like kids that like I don't really know how to gauge it quite yet. It really depends on, because I feel like every child is autistic, quite frankly. So, like I've never met a kid who's not like, who doesn't just walk up to people and they're just completely, they're honest to a fault, you know?
Right. I totally know what you mean.
Where it's just like, I saw a kid once go like, oh, your husband just died, right? You're just like, yo. And you can tell that it was like, it's not rules. Like, but you just know it's not malicious. And you know that, and you also know that it's like, well, that kid's not autistic, but like fundamentally. So I don't know. Roblox is too, the dad is too weird on Roblox, but I think I would be comfortable putting that in the middle.
But if you're an adult playing Roblox,
Terminal.
Yeah, if we're considering adult audiences of these IPs, then we could probably put Roblox one.
It sounds like it's becoming. Would go ahead. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, Roblox would be one if it was adults. If we were just if this was just an adult thing.
Right.
That's crazy. You're off the reservation.
I don't think I took any of the inquiries about Roblox this week, but like all the shit, it sounds like it's becoming like the molestation simulator.
Oh, cool.
Like there's this like awful things happening to people on it all the time. Like adults meeting these children, and then like it's just, and the game sucks. Right?
Yeah, it would be one thing if it was
insult to injury.
Yeah, it would be one thing if you were getting molested on a good game.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
right.
if these kids were getting met in like BioShock 2 multiplayer, right? It would be way less offensive to me.
That sounds more sinister though, but I see what you're saying.
Sure. Wasn't there a thing that like there's like pedophile hunters that do this on Roblox?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Instead of the real life thing. One of them I think got banned. Maybe there's a lawsuit going on. There's something happened with these pedophile hunters on Roblox. I support them. I support them hunting these people down.
Yeah.
Virtually.
You're saying big business would protect pedophiles? No way. Crazy.
I'm telling you that I think that's what the Epstein stuff is truly all about, by the way, is like the politicians are one thing, but I really believe it's like the unraveling of the economy is actually like what's in that.
It's all of it.
Roblox, I'm rooting against it. I hate it. Because I've been watching more videos of it. And I just continue to say, I'm like, this shit unequivocally sucks. Whether or not I don't give a fuck if millions of people, if 24 million, it's got the highest concurrence apparently in history of gaming. With in-game games, which is even crazier, but I'm like, I don't care. I find it offensive. Plus, people are getting molested on there. So you're adding, again, insult to injury.
Yeah, that would be another good title, though, by the way. Roblox, I'm rooting against it.
I fucking can't stand it. Like, it is slop garbage. And I am thrilled that they're losing all of this money. I know that they can make a lot of moves to become profitable, but it is my sincere hope that this thing never becomes profitable and gets launched into the sun. At least Fortnite is quality. It just bothers the shit out of me. I can't believe it. Neil Druckmann is sitting there single-handedly making by himself Intergalactic, and you're over there playing your fake Lego game with people
that is crazy,
with people that want to hurt you. And Dustin, they want to hurt you.
Oh, I know, and they have.
You want to talk about it?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Timothy McVeigh's delivery service. Thank you for writing in. Ricardo Chavez wrote in, or Chavez. I don't speak Spanish very well. I don't know if you guys haven't noticed. Dear CDC, who gets ravaged the most by taxes? I would assume it's Chris, but word around the grapevine is Virginia is also quite high. I was curious about this, so I went and looked it up. California's awful. So, Chris, California has a graduated state individual income tax, which ranges from 1% to 13.3%. Chris is probably on the higher end of that. There is also a jurisdiction that collects local income taxes. California has an 8.84% corporate income tax rate. California also has a 7.25% state sales tax rate and an average combined state and local sales tax of 8.85%. Of course, California's property taxes are notoriously low. So that's nice, but you don't own anything, Chris. And you're not going to own anything, and you're going to like it.
That's true.
As the old saying goes. I wouldn't buy anything in California.
All hell BlackRock.
And then Pennsylvania for you, Dustin. Pennsylvania has a flat 3.07% individual income tax rate. I didn't know that. That's fucking awesome. No matter what you make, flat taxes are the best. There are also jurisdictions that collect local income tax. Pennsylvania has a 7.99% corporate income tax rate. Pennsylvania has a 6% sales tax rate and an average combined state and local sales tax of 6.34%. You have high property taxes in Pennsylvania, 1.26% effective property tax rate. Virginia has a graduated state income tax with rates from 2 to 5.75%. Virginia has a 6.0% corporate income tax rate, 4.3% state sales tax, 1% mandatory statewide local add-on sales tax, 5.77% combined state and local sales tax, and a 0.72% property tax rate. I win. Sorry, guys.
Oh, well.
Sorry about that. But you're close. You're a close second, Dustin. I'm surprised that the property taxes are higher where you are than they are where I am.
Yeah.
And my property tax has gone up. Has your property tax gone up a lot? Mine has.
I don't know.
Oh, because it's an escrow?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Taxes are so horrible. I can't stand when I hear people defending taxes.
I know. Imagine defending taxes.
Dude, listen. I think that tax defenders are people that have taxes removed from their paycheck and then think when they get a tax refund that it's like free money. When you are taxed as a individual contractor, when you get paid something, you have to save your tax. You have to take your tax money out manually, save it, and pay it yourself.
It's awful.
So I don't get a tax refund. And I am acutely aware every month when Colin pays me how much money I get stolen from me. I got to put it. It's horrible. I got to put it into a separate little account. I have a separate little thing in my bank. It's not my savings. It's just my tax savings. I get to watch that number go up every month and think about, I'm getting robbed. At the end of the year, I'll put this all. I'll do the TurboTax, and it will just all disappear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and my life will stay exactly the same.
The life of the 1099. I remember that when I was a freelancer and did some other things, and I still get 1099s if I not so much anymore, but if I do things for a consult or whatever. It sucks because it's like the greatest mistake everyone makes that does that originally, which is like not setting that money aside.
That happened to me.
Yeah, and you have to do it. You just have to do it for your own mental well-being, so you don't have that huge hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad did me assault my first year working. Initially, it was going to be, I think, like under the table type situation when I was editing for someone. But then I ended up doing so much work that he was like, actually, I can't do that. I gotta 1099 you. But I didn't have anything saved. But I think I was still considered a dependent.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad helped me out because I would have been absolutely fucked. So my dad did me a huge, huge solid. You got to be careful. The first time, dude, what is it? After $600 or $800?
Yeah, it's like 600. I think you have to report it.
You got to report it, and it's
my first job was under the table in high school. My first two jobs. Yeah. I didn't pay taxes. They were paying me in cash. No one was reporting this money. And I didn't think twice about it. And it is a sad sitch out there. So many people just getting robbed there. But yeah, I was curious. I thought that was an interesting question because I was like, I really don't know. I mean, I know California is the highest because I know that when I left California and moved to Virginia, my taxes were slashed. Nothing changed. In fact, the company was just doing better and better, and I was paying less and less. But the property tax thing sucks because property taxes are contingent on the perceived value of your property in your house. And as the value of houses go up and up and up, it's not a fixed rate. So my property tax has gone up like $1,500 since I've lived here. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. And there's this whole movement about getting rid of property tax. I don't know if you've been seeing this about trying to Either way, but I think that's a horrible idea personally. But
Isn't it, why?
Why is it a horrible idea?
Why aren't you defending taxes? And that.
Well, yeah, no, I think that you have to have some sort of revenue, you know.
Right.
So
I'm
like,
not against any tax, and I think you're the same, Colin.
Yeah, I think income tax is crazy. I believe in I personally, if it was up to me, I would institute a consumption tax. And so that you would get, if you made $40,000 a year, for instance, you would get $40,000. Well, maybe minus whatever your state tax you, because your state could still tax you.
Right.
But I would get rid of the federal income tax, and then it would just be like, you know, on non-essentials, you would pay, you know, 10% tax or whatever. On that way, like you paid it at the point of consumption. Because right now we're paying it in so many different ways, and that's what bothers me the most. But no, you need taxes for so. No, I think it's weird that people defend a constellation of taxes that nets trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, and yet we still don't have enough money. It's comical. It's ridiculous. But local taxes don't bother me. And property taxes seem to be the fairest thing, because it's for people that own something, and then you pay into like your schools and your roads and so on. So I think that's fine. But yeah, the income tax, man. The income tax was introduced at 1%.
Wow.
It's crazy that we have all this money and then it goes away. That's kind of the thing that bothers me the most. Is like, I don't even necessarily mind paying high taxes. It's just a matter of like, where are we spending it? It's like, oh, it's gone.
Yep.
It's just like, oh, you're not allowed to have healthcare. Actually, never mind. We're going to send it to, I don't know, some drone in the Gaza Strip or something. It's like,
it's awful. I mean,
what do you mean? It's insane.
It's awful. I mean, how much money we spend on the military is embarrassing, actually, in my opinion. I think it's up to $1 trillion.
You could literally half it, and you would still have the biggest military in the world.
By
like a mile.
I think ICE is the 4th most funded military operation in the world, which is, so we have the number 1 and number 4 militaries now.
Yeah. And you got people volunteering for it. Like, by the way, you're getting suckered so hard.
Wait, they're volunteering to be in it without being paid?
Volunteering to be in ICE for like just to do it. And it's just like, brother,
really?
That is so stupid.
That's so stupid.
I have a friend whose uncle was doing it. I was like, yeah, it's so. Why would you do that?
At least get paid. At least get paid. Yeah, I mean, you got to do it. Get paid.
Christ. Psychotic.
Yeah, we're so militarized. It's so sad how just with like, yeah, we spend so much money, and that's on like what? I don't know. I don't even know I don't want to get into it. All right, Jonathan Turner, final inquiry, says, Colin, I've been thinking about starting my own business, likely something in IT, since that's my field. For now, it would just be a side venture to bring in some supplemental income. It's a bit of a daunting idea, and I'd really value your perspective. Do you have any tips or advice that might help me decide whether to move forward or hold off? Starting a business is all consuming. I mean, that's all I would say to you, is that like, if you're not willing to be consumed by something, you'll fail if you're not consumed by it. And now you can get to a point where you're not totally consumed by it and it runs and it's working. But to get it off the ground and to get going, like, you have to dedicate yourself. It's like being married to it. And I still feel that way about my own business all these years later, that kind of has a lot of people doing things for it, and it is steady and stable. And yet it's still like a thing that's on my mind on a constant basis and consumes time randomly always. So I don't know anything about your field. I know you want to do it on the side as to bring in supplemental income, but just understand what you're getting yourself into. Entrepreneurial pursuits are difficult. And I truly, and I'm not saying this for you, Jonathan, it sounds like you're ready to go, but I truly believe that most people should not work for themselves. Like, I don't, it's not that I don't want to say most people don't have what it takes. I don't think they want to do what it takes. I think a lot of people have what it takes.
Yeah.
And I think it's a much more peaceful life to get a good job and work for someone else and let them worry about everything. That's my opinion. I know it's easy for me to say from this perch, but I also want to reiterate, I never expected this to happen to Last Stand. It was my thing. It was just something I named for me. And now it's got all these other people involved. I don't know. Be careful and be deliberate. That's what I'll say. Be deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you do an IT business on the side. Because my understanding, when I did some freelance IT work many, many years ago, the guy that ran the business, it was, as you were saying, Colin, all consuming, because, and maybe it's something I don't understand about certain ways of doing IT, but like, he was like on call that if a business, their shit went down, like, he had to go. He had to go fix it.
Yeah.
All the time. And he had multiple clients. Sometimes he had to send other people when there were multiple clients that needed stuff done. So that sounds, if you have a main gig and you're starting an IT business on the side, I guess it depends on what kind of clients you take on and what you do. But that sounds, normally we do recommend if you're starting your own business, you gotta keep your steady at the same time before it's ready to become your main business. Mm-hmm. But that sounds a little scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, good luck. I think it's awesome. I love people getting into the entrepreneurial spirit. I just think I want people to go in like wide-eyed and know what's going to happen, which is that it could blow up and be a huge success and make you lots of money. And that's awesome. That's the fucking dream. Capitalism is a wonderful thing. But I also just see the misery that a lot of business owners have and regret. So just want to make sure people know what they're doing. All right, let's get into the news. We mentioned earlier that we were going to talk about Physint. And of course, Physint is the upcoming Hideo Kojima game that he's collaborating on with PlayStation. It was announced, when was that announced? 23, I want to say. And he's obviously doing that game OD as well with Xbox, which is, I think, more of like a film-like project. I don't know if it's a game per se. I don't think we know anything about it. And obviously Death Stranding 2 just came out, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which I think we all loved. So anyway, the website IndieWire has a story, Hideo Kojima on Death Stranding 2, the sequel's big changes and improvements post-pandemic and how we hope to cast David Lynch in a game. Thought that was pretty interesting. But he talks a little bit about Physint. And IndieWire actually comes out and asks him what he's doing today. This is a pretty good interview. I don't know if you guys read the whole thing. It's like cool questions that are being asked, very free form. IndieWire says it's Tuesday in Tokyo and Death Stranding 2 has been out exactly a month. What are you working on today? And Hideo Kojima says this. He says, well, I'm checking the data of the players all over the world, what kind of weapons they're using, the routes they're taking, all this data. And I also see these small bugs here and there. So I'm deciding where to fix and what to fix. I am also starting to work with the team on OD because that's a new project, and also doing Physint all by myself because that's at the conceptual stage. So I'm doing that. And also I have all these interviews every day and promotional photo shooting, things like that. So I don't feel like I finished the title, to be frank. So interesting information there about 3 different games. First of all, fascinating to think about the telemetry and heat mapping and all of the rest of a game like Death Stranding 2. It must be so fun to look at that. To be able to look at a map and just see where everyone's going and what they're doing and like what some rando is doing as he's going in around the entire map, like in a weird way that they never expected. That must be so fun. A way to experience people playing your game like you never could. You would have to wait. Devs used to get really excited for E3, Gamescom, Comic-Con to watch people play. To like really be able to sit there and watch them play, because other than focus groups and stuff, you really wouldn't have a lot. And now they kind of just get to do it with little ghosts of you to an extent. So that's pretty neat. But other things here that he mentions, OD. So that's the Xbox project again. And it sounds like it's funny because he says, I am starting to work with the team on OD because that's a new project. And then, like I said, Physint, which is more in regards to our own podcast, says he's doing that all by myself because it's at the conceptual stage. Why are we announcing things so early? And what does it mean to be at the conceptual stage for a game like Physint? Sure, did they pitch anything, or did Sony just say like, "Oh, we want to work with you again"? And this is the game, and we want to do something like Metal Gear or whatever. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I think clearly that's it. I mean, if it's at the conceptual level right now, then clearly when we heard about it, it was nothing.
It's kind of disappointing in a way because you get excited for these announcements and you'd like to think that there's like this impetus behind it, this amazing, maybe there was an amazing pitch and all these kinds of things. Certainly you have to assume some conversation happened, but I guess I always look at it as being like, we have something really actionable. And then years later, they're like, yeah, we're still kind of figuring it out. Okay. So what did you announce?
Yeah.
Remember it was that crazy drone shot that they had of him and Herman Holst? Dustin, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I'm guessing that Physint was maybe a pitch document as far as like, here's the basic idea of what we want to do with the story. Here's the basic idea of the gameplay. And here's what we want to do in terms of the multimedia aspect. And that's all it really was. I would imagine Kojima now is actually writing out the story, trying to get things in lines in terms of what the gameplay will be, so the team can actually start building what his idea is. OD is interesting because I feel like this would be, he says, I'm starting to work with the team on OD. So I wonder if this was a situation where his concept work was all done and there's maybe a smaller team at Kojima Productions that was like starting to get the tech ready for this, because as you were saying, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a traditional game, some kind of movie hybrid that who knows, because wasn't there something too that game, it has to do with Xbox's cloud?
Yeah, I think that was right.
Work.
That was, yeah, I think you're right. I'll look it up.
So maybe there's some back end stuff, and now they're kind of really ready to get going on that, which I'm pumped about. Sounds really interesting. So, but yeah, Physint, it is funny to think of. We always joke like everyone treats Death Stranding like that's Kojima's game and no one else worked on it. We always attribute it to Kojima, which I get it. You know, he's the mastermind. It's his vision. But right now with Physint, he literally is like, yep, just me working on it. So look forward to that in, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, 6, mid PS6 generation probably, which is fine. It says here on the OD Wikipedia page, it quote, explore the concept of testing your fear threshold and what it means to OD on fear. Kojima stated he is, quote, working with Xbox Game Studios and their cloud gaming technology to take on the challenge of creating a very unique, immersive, and totally new style of game, or rather a new form of media, end quote. So now I think there was some speculation that this game might have been canceled because it was announced in 2022 and we have not heard anything about it. And Microsoft has been canceling a bunch of other shit, but this game was confirmed to have still been in development. So not a huge surprise there. I don't think that you would want to sever your connection to Kojima if you're Xbox and you have something kind of tenuous with him right now that could build into something greater. Although I think Physint is, and I'm not saying this because it's a PlayStation podcast, I think it's fairly clear Physint is the real project as far as like what they're trying to do with the game. Yeah, it says Kojima described the project as avant-garde, and in an August 2025 interview he stated, which is the one that they're talking about here, he stated that it'll be something totally different and that people will love or hate it, further remarking that he believes the real evaluations of the game will come in 10 to 20 years from now. It's kind of interesting. See what it is. Now, Chris, what do you think? I mean, we know what Physint is to a degree because it sounds like it's a return to Metal Gear, or at least that kind of gameplay, stealth gameplay, which you love.
Sure.
So, what do you think it is? I mean, is it going to be some sort of military thriller?
I would imagine so. I think a key point of their pitch, right, was that there was like multimedia facets to it, right? That it was like kind of transmedia.
Yeah, Sony Pictures, I think. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe leaning into. I know a lot of people didn't play this, but like Quantum Break was kind of doing something kind of somewhat similar to this. Like I could see them kind of incorporating live action elements into whatever this is going to be, whether it's like completely separate things that tie into it or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I would expect a military thriller of some kind. I don't know what else to really make of it, because it seems like they're still really conceptualizing it.
But yeah, I wonder like in other words, I guess what I'm asking is, and what I'm curious about is it really going to be just like Metal Gear, or will it be a stealth game of a different spirit, or is it going to be like some weird conspiratorial American fucking bizarre enemies and like that's what I'm really curious. And I kind of want it to be that because we're not getting that anymore. But I also feel like it's just Metal Gear, and that's kind of corny. So
yeah, maybe. I don't. It's. I like Kojima a lot. I think he makes really interesting things. But I do think I don't know if he can really stray too far away from Metal Gear. Like not. I don't mean that as being like entrapped by your legacy or something, or like he really wants to get away with it. I think the type of game that he wants to make is always some form of Metal Gear. I mean, Death Stranding 2 is like very Metal Gear. It is very.
It is.
I mean, particularly Metal Gear Solid 5, but I mean, Metal Gear Solid 5 is Metal Gear. It's not. It evolves on what he was doing.
Yeah, it's like
those early Metal Gear games, and
it's an evolution of Peace Walker, I think. 5.
Yeah, and it's a which in and of itself is obviously like, you know, rooted in what Metal Gear Solid is. So like I think whatever this game ends up being, it's. I feel like it sounds like I'm saying he only knows how to make one thing, but I really do feel like this is just kind of the wheelhouse. It's the same way with, David Lynch and surrealism, or there's certain directors that are just like they're in their pocket with this specific, like Sam Raimi and horror. Like I love those Spider-Man movies, but like there's horror scenes in them that are just like clearly like you know what you're doing. And I think he knows like techie sci-fi surrealist heady weird shit. And if he's going in a direction of like, yeah, this is going to be kind of like Metal Gear, military sci-fi, like I would imagine it's going to be pretty similar. Maybe leaning into the only question to be is like whether or not it'll lean more into grounded stuff or whether or not it'll actually lean more into kind of the fantastical elements that like we see, like maybe it's a fusion of Death Stranding and Metal Gear in that way, where it's we get like that kind of grounded, like this is military op kind of stuff, but you have something like a BT or like not exactly, but conceptually kind of on the same line, where it's just like, whoa, this is heady and weird and not necessarily something you would see in Metal Gear, although Metal Gear gets fantastical. There's a different vibe to it. So I don't know. It's still early. I'm into it because I really liked Metal Gear Solid 5. And so if we get some more of that, maybe I think what I will say is like I would prefer a more linear kind of approach. I like the sandbox. I get it. I appreciate an open world, but like I miss even just games I'm playing right now where it's just like it's a lot more like focused and streamlined in that sense. I'm like, I miss this.
Yeah, I need something
I like this.
I want something that's more like Shadow Moses or something where like a facility, a shadow complex, where you can do things in different orders, or there's like doors that you can't open yet, and like you're and like reasons to backtrack, but it doesn't need to be. I totally agree. Like an open world map. It should be an open space or like a space that you experience like you would a normal Metal Gear game. So it doesn't need to be like MGS3 or something where it's like very linear. But the open nature of these games are cool, but it removes a lot of the gravitas of the story and the character and the oomph of what you're trying to do when you give people that much freedom. So I agree with you. And I guess since they're going to be doing movie components and gaming components, that there's going to have to be beats that they're going to have to hit, and all these. Maybe it's about the unification too of PlayStation 6's purported graphical fidelity and film, where things are going to look more. You're obviously going to be able to tell the difference, but look closer.
Photoreal.
Yeah. Because again, Death Stranding 2 is just, you assume Physint's going to be on Decima, and Death Stranding 2 is gorgeous. I mean, now there's not a lot going on in the game. It's easy to make like a game that environmentally looks photorealistic when you don't have to run much of anything else in the game. And so you can really focus on that. But I feel like there's a lot of potential here. I think even the modeling of the characters and stuff is amazing. So
yeah, for sure.
So I think they're at the cutting edge personally. Now the thing I'm fascinated about too, and Dustin, I don't know if you have any thought on this, is like Kojima's games Metal Gear sold very well. It's worth noting that Metal Gear Solid 5, I think in a month sold as many copies as the original Death Stranding did in a few years. So obviously Metal Gear had a big push, but Death Stranding wasn't a huge hit. Like we said, it took a few years and 2 platforms to reach 5 million units. And that's why when people are like, oh, Death Stranding 2 doesn't seem to be doing well, I'm like, Death Stranding 2 seems to be doing exactly like what Death Stranding did. Like, I don't know what people expect. And so it's like you want the gravitas of Kojima while knowing that you're probably not going to get the smash commercial hit from him. And that's why I'm so fascinated by this willingness to kind of give him a lot of resources and money and have the real first crossover project between PlayStation Studios and Sony Pictures, in terms of this thing that will be both, where it's announced as it was in 2024 at the Sony Pictures lot. Just fascinated. Like, I guess what I'm saying is in a roundabout way, like what their expectations could be for this. And let's put it even a step further. Like, would you have even been interested in doing this if you knew how Death Stranding 2 was going to do? Which is flat, I would argue. Again, I think Death Stranding 2 is doing fine, but I don't think it's like lighting the world on fire. And I think people have a misremembering that the original Death Stranding sold the exact same way. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, getting into deep speculation, but maybe when Kojima made a deal with PlayStation after he left Konami. They were like, hey, we're going to fund and help you with some of these out there projects. Well, specifically Death Stranding. We would like you to eventually make us what you're known for in the future, right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. As far as Physint versus Death Stranding, we don't have anything to go off right now. So again, deep speculation, but if this is in the line of Metal Gear, I'd imagine that it's going to be commercially a lot more successful than Death Stranding. Death Stranding is just obviously still very popular and sold millions of copies, and we love it and our audience loves it, but there's still a lot of people that they see either what the gameplay is or just the world, and that's not appealing to them. Yeah. They don't want something weird. Something like Metal Gear might appeal to a much wider audience just because it's like, oh, cool guy doing spy stuff with guns. That's like a very universal appeal still to this day. I mean, they're still making Mission Impossible and James Bond movies. And so I would imagine that simply just from a matter of what it is, if it is like Metal Gear, that it will sell more than Death Stranding.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, certainly right. Yeah, Death Stranding is a very strange game, but I think excellent. Just absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. Love it. Just understand it more than ever after coming off that 205 hours of Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2 that I played consecutively in 7 weeks or whatever it was. And just an insane. That was pretty exhausting. I'll say that. Pretty exhausting. All right. Just wanted to touch on this real quick. We were talking a few weeks ago about Light of Motiram, which is this upcoming game that Sony from Tencent, that being published by Tencent, that Sony has a problem with and is suing Tencent and its associated studios and Level Infinite, which is kind of its Western publisher and so on and so forth over it, because it's such a blatant copy of Horizon. And Sony contends that it was intended to be a Horizon game and that it was pitched to them as a Horizon game multiple times and so on and so forth. We've gone into this on the show and especially on Sacred Symbols Plus. So people should definitely go to patreon.com/laststandmedia if they haven't already and listen to the episode I did a couple of weeks ago with Hogue, where we go very deep into this issue. We go through the entire lawsuit and talk about all the comparisons and where they can get away with things and the shamelessness of it all, but also kind of the looseness of inspiring things, and really interesting conversation. But it seems like Tencent is feeling the heat because the website The Game Post notes that Tencent has, quote unquote, quietly updated its Steam page to tone down the Horizon vibes. And it says, quote, these tweaks include rewriting the game's description, swapping out multiple screenshots, changing the key art, and adding a release window. The original store description leaned heavily into language that matched Horizon's themes. It said originally, quote, in a world overrun by colossal machines, explore the vast open world, build your base of operations, advance technology, train mechanimals, and take on formidable bosses. Starting from the primitive age, forge a new path of development. Defy the machinations, survive the mechanimals, end quote. Writing sucks. Now it says, quote, make smart use of everything around you to stay alive and face off against formidable bosses. Every step is fraught with danger and requires courage. Only by overcoming the challenges of survival can you carve out a place for yourself in this unforgiving land. The writing is so bad, but that's what it says now. And then you'll have to go to the website to look at this on thegamepost.com. But it says, quote, several images that previously showcased sweeping landscapes, robotic creatures, and environments reminiscent of Horizon have been removed. The updated set features more general open world survival imagery that doesn't lean as heavily into the sci-fi tribal tech aesthetic. So they show side-by-side screenshots of what was removed and what was added. And interestingly, quote, the main promotional images has also been swapped. The old version prominently featured the red-haired protagonist whose appearance drew comparisons to Horizon's Aloy. The new artwork instead spotlights two in-game creatures, a penguin-like animal and a dog-like companion, shifting focus away from the human character entirely. Like I said, they're dead to rights. I think to salvage this, they're going to need to do things like this. And that's what Hogue was saying is, and again, I'll remind people that Hogue's theory of the case, and it seems not a theory of the case, but an idea he had, which I thought was interesting, although it seems like because of the changes, this is not what they're going to do, is that he was like, I wonder if they're just going to be like, just give us the fucking license. Like, let's just make money. We'll give you a great deal or whatever. And as people that aren't familiar with the lawsuit might not know, and I'll reiterate, is that, and again, as I said earlier, is that it's not just that Horizon, this looks like Horizon and is clearly copying Horizon, but it's that it was pitched explicitly to Sony as a Horizon game twice. So really dead to rights level shit. Dustin, what do you think of the changes?
Dude, I think this is hilarious. This feels like the situation of like, mom told you to clean your room, so you just shove everything in the closet. You're like, oh, look, I'm all good now. It's like, dude, we saw not only the screenshots, but the trailers. And how, as you were saying, dead to rights this is. Swapping out a few of these screenshots. The damage is done. I mean, the lawsuit is seemingly going to happen. So there's going to need to be a lot more changed with the actual game itself. And even then, I think even if you change a lot, the stink is still there.
Yeah, I mean, first, I mean, fuck Tencent. And it's not just because of this. Like, I don't give a shit about that company. So what them eating shit means nothing to me. But this is so shameless because, as Sony claims, these guys pitched them on an Asian Horizon, like a Horizon that would take place. And because conceivably, this is obviously going all around all over the world. We only see the United States in Horizon, which is part of why it's boring and why I wish they would go somewhere else. Although it might not really matter. Ultimately, it's going to be, these same fucking animals and the same kind of story, this global story. But, and they say, so, I mean, Sony has this fascinating shit, like where they're like, they pitched us this idea and they showed us a picture of Aloy standing on the Great Wall of China. And, they sent us these screenshots, or the screenshots were in their deck of their team playing Horizon at the studio. It's like, this is crazy. Like, I actually can't believe that that they were going ahead with it. And I really do wonder where this lawsuit's going to land. We'll have to find out. But yeah, go ahead.
Tencent was like, are you still talking about Horizon Zero Dawn? Still? after all that we've done?
Right.
This is
yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. I'll be curious about it. I wonder if it sounds like it's going to be more of a survival game, and like you're going to be crafting and having maybe a little base of operations and all that stuff. So it is differentiated in some way, but it's just, what I was saying was, why would you want something? It's like getting away with it, but you all know you did it, right? Everyone knows you did it. And it's like, but why would you want something from a team so creatively bankrupt? Horizon, say what you will about Horizon, people have a lot to say about it. I love it. A lot of people don't. But it's clever. It actually is unique in its presentation, and like people be like, "Oh, it's very generic." It's like, it's generic to have a futuristic game of robot dinosaurs fighting like these American Indian themed characters that use all these interesting. Like, I don't think so. I can't think of anything like that personally. And there's a million copies of everything, and that's fine. I think copies are fine too. It's just, this is so blatant, and so it's what I say about fan fiction. It's like, what are you putting all your energy into this for? You have the energy to just make something new. Just make something new. Just tweak it. It's weird. So I'm actively rooting against this game. But if it comes out, the bigger thing is like, would Sony allow it on their platform at all? And you can imagine Sony just being like, we don't want this game on there. And this is what I was saying about the legality of it, and Hogue was like, it would obviously be very questionable. Is like, Sony could just be like, we're not putting any of your shit on PlayStation Network until you sort this out, but you can't use that leverage, apparently. And nor should you really want to. You probably kind of cut your nose off to spite your face. Chris, do you have anything you want to say about this? Because the next one I really want to talk to you about, but I don't know if you want to talk about this first.
Yeah, nothing that wouldn't be a repeat of what you guys have said. I do think it's funny that they did these asset swaps, and I do think they're dead to rights, and I'm curious as to what they're going to do, or how it's going to unfold.
Yeah, it'll take some time. I'm sure it's interesting behind the scenes as everyone kind of corresponds with each other. But this is what I really have to ask you about, Chris. Bilbo Donging wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gooners. Wanted to ask about the Helldivers 2 teasing in their latest trailer and get your thoughts on it. For those not in the loop, the end teased something Halo as it played the theme for Halo 3 ODST. let's just say my weapon was cocked and loaded the moment I heard that music again, weapon being my boner. I felt like thank you for that. I felt like a sleeper agent woken up. Is this something that interests the three of you to return once more for another dive, or the three of you all dived out for now? So there is a trailer. Helldivers 2 put out this this new post with a minute 29 trailer. This was on August 12th. If people want to go check it out, it says recruiting now, enlist in the Helldivers and crush the enemies of liberty to bring this shining light of managed democracy to the darkest corners of the galaxy, deploying to Xbox consoles on August 26th, as we know. Report for duty and deliver freedom one bullet at a time. See you on the front lines. And obviously they're promoting the standard and super citizen editions that people have to buy on Xbox. And yeah, the music at the end, now I wouldn't have recognized that. I never played ODST. I got only the Halo 3. So what do you think of this, Chris? I mean, I thought about you immediately, and I'm pretty sure we were saying, or you were saying, I wouldn't have said it, that these kind of games fit with each other thematically. Well, maybe not thematically, but visually.
Oh, yeah.
So the mix up here would be great. I wonder what you think.
Yeah, there's probably arguably no more natural fit for a collaboration for Helldivers than ODST specifically. Like everything is damn near the same. I think even when it came out, I think I was saying like this is an ODST game, and I think it was even pitched at Microsoft that Halo Studios wanted to do something like this, and they passed because they thought no one would like it. Lamau, but but yeah, no, I mean it's cool. Like hearing that music again, seeing. I don't really know what that last bit was. Like I get what they were trying to evoke, but like I wasn't sure if that was like I haven't played Helldivers in a while, so I don't know if that location is there already. I don't know if that's supposed to be New Mombasa. Maybe I'm not super sure, but if it's a new map, that'd be cool. If it's weapons, that'd be cool. If it's armor, that's cool. Like I dig it. I think it's a natural fit. Makes genuinely perfect sense. And it's cool to see it happening. I'm actually surprised at how quickly it seems to. I don't know, because I feel like I would have expected this maybe far later. The fact that this is already kind of being shown so close to the release on Xbox implies that it's fairly imminent. So that's exciting. It's cool. I think it's very natural. I wonder what the lengths of the collaboration is going to be. Like, are we going to get a Warthog in there? Are we going to get a? Because that would be something. As far as like how interested I am in this, like I mean, like it's ultimately going to be a loose collaboration. It's not going to be really anything substantial. It's not like a new Halo game, so I'm not like pumped about it. But I'm definitely curious. I'm definitely going to check it out just because it's been a while since I've played Helldivers 2 in any serious capacity. So I'm sure there's a lot of stuff there that would be interesting to me anyway. But yeah, I'll definitely dive back in to see this. If for no other reason than just to see like how well these things mesh, because I suspect they'll mesh very well.
Yeah, it's let's get you on the record first, Dustin, because I'm interested on this from a specific perspective. But yeah, what do you think of this?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense stylistically. And it is cool that it's like, hey, if you're going to another platform, a collaboration with like this, I mean, makes perfect sense. And I would imagine too that this Halo crossover will apply for PlayStation and PC audience will be able to get these skins. So it's a reason for your established audience to dive back in and check it out. But most importantly, I wonder if there's been so many rumors about a Halo game coming to PlayStation, and I wonder if this could be like a light warm-up thing. Get people thinking about Halo again before this inevitable, whatever it is, whether it's a Halo CE remake, that's kind of what it's leaning towards now over Master Chief Collection, whatever it is. Start to get that Halo feeling, people thinking about Halo, not just on Xbox, but also on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's already going to be a confusing day, August 26th, because Helldivers comes to Xbox and Gears comes to PlayStation the same day. So a little bit chaotic there on that front. Very excited about Gears coming. Play that with Micah. We'll definitely stream that on Sacred Streaming. And I haven't played the original Gears in many, many years, almost 2 decades, which is crazy. It's not been quite 2 decades because it hasn't been out for 2 decades, but pretty close. But what I was thinking about it was in a similar vein, Dustin, which was Well, there's a lot of semantical questions about this. What is the nature of the... I guess what I'm saying is, like, what is the nature of all of this, in that will the first Halo content that we get on PlayStation actually be this Helldivers content, which it seems like the answer is yes, because obviously they're not going to just do this on Xbox. This will be on everything. And then, does that kind of break down the final wall with Forza breaking things down and Gears about to break things down with Halo? I mean, it's basically, that's it after that. I mean, that's basically puts everything on the line. I do wonder, I don't know if Chris, you probably would have been more likely to have seen this, but there was like some reliable Halo data hacker that was saying that there's some indication of a somewhat imminent PlayStation port of something being announced in the Halo universe. I can't remember the guy's name.
I do remember that. That was like a month back, right? Or like a month or two back?
Well, I saw it again. That might have been a while ago, but I saw something again about this where someone was saying something about, and I didn't put it in here because I don't really think it's that interesting anymore that Halo's coming to PlayStation. I think it's fairly obvious, but yeah, I wonder what the timing of all this, because Dustin, to your point, like, could you manage to do something on that day where it's like, oh, by the way, this is coming at this point or something too? But I probably not. I mean, why would you want to distract from Helldivers just arriving? I am very curious how Helldivers does on Xbox, because we know Final Fantasy 16 bombed. This is a very different sort of on Xbox. This is a very different sort of game. And I suspect that it's going to do well. And I think the best way we can manage to get numbers from this is to, first of all, Sony might be happy to give us numbers at some point and might feel compelled to. But we can kind of compare it about if it bumps Helldivers back into the top 20 cumulative sales for either the month or the year. Remember, the 5th best-selling Xbox game last month, which was Final Fantasy 16, didn't even make it into the top 20 for the month, meaning that the game sales were really bad, not enough to even get into the top 20 cumulative. Helldivers will probably, I think, be well in the mix. Is your feeling that this game will do well, Dustin, on Xbox?
I think it's more likely to do well than Final Fantasy 16. Just because, I mean, it's not that Final Fantasy has no history on Xbox. Famously, Final Fantasy 13, I think, broke that barrier a long time ago. But the Xbox audience is much more focused on shooters. And this Final Fantasy 16 is also a single player game. And in this time in between, Helldivers has lived on. Obviously had some ups and downs, but I still think there's a lot of people still playing it, still interested in it, and probably a lot of people that maybe play it on PlayStation, but only play it there out of obligation because Xbox is their home platform and where their friends are, and so they might switch over there. So in terms of like how big it's going to be, I really don't know. This will be a really interesting litmus test, but I think we can lock in it's going to do better than Final Fantasy for sure.
Yeah.
Chris, will you plug back into Helldivers for this? This is, I think, the key to Bilbo's question here.
Yeah, I think so. I think I got to see what it's going to be. You know, like I want to know how far they go with it. You know, like how much is going to be there? Is it going to be the weapons? Is it going to be just the weapons? Is it going to be just the armor? Is it going to be both? We're going to get a vehicle in there? Because that Jeep, I mean, like, brother, you could make that a Warthog fucking mega easy.
Yeah, just reskin it, I guess.
It's kind of questionable. But like, I think, I'll definitely jump in. I already have it. There's no point not to.
Yeah.
And it'd be so surreal. It's worth noting that it's not necessarily the first time that the Halo material has been available on PlayStation. Master Chief came to Fortnite a long time ago, so it's not like this is necessarily a huge deal. It's just interesting because I think the project makes sense, and also because it's obviously a Sony published game that's doing it. That's kind of the key thing here, and so I just got to see it.
I'm looking at the trophies just to make sure that this was still true, and it is that I personally believe Helldivers has, and Arrowhead and Sony have missed an obvious opportunity. They've never added trophies. Like no reason to get to try to coerce people like me and many other people back to the game. They've released a lot of content and they obviously have people engaged, but I'm surprised that little things like that they haven't done. Especially a second party game like this could get an amazing amount of leeway, no doubt, to add a shit ton of look what Astrobot's done. Yeah, Astrobot has added a fucking asinine amount of trophies to the game, they don't just add the content, but they give you a reason otherwise to come back to. And I know that doesn't matter to many people, but that's a thing that would get me to go back to. I don't have the platinum in Helldivers 2 because I don't know that I'm going to be able to do some of these things. So I wasn't, and frankly, I wasn't even trying to get any of the trophies. I just enjoyed playing it. I played it for 50 or 60 hours or something like that. But I don't know that I'll ever really go back either. I'm open to it. I'm amenable to it, but I just don't know. All right. There's a video. Well, there's two things to talk about from Take-Two. We can kind of take these together. There's a CNBC interview, a clip from a few days ago from when we were recording, entitled Take-Two Interactive CEO on Q2 Earnings, Gamer Growth, and GTA 6. So it's an interview on the CNBC show Money Movers with Strauss Zelnick. And I put this into our Discord. I don't know if you guys watched it, but I thought it was an interesting interview with him just because I'm fascinated by Strauss Zelnick because he's one of the very successful executives in the games industry that fully admits that he doesn't play games at all. And it's interesting to hear him talk about the business with such mastery. He knows like what he needs to know, trust the people that he needs to trust or whatever. So it's a really interesting interview to listen to as they discuss the Q2 earnings for Take-Two's fiscal year. But deep within the interview, he's asked about Grand Theft Auto 6 and its May 2026 release. And the host asks him, how confident are you? And he says, quote, my level of conviction is very, very high, end quote. Dustin, what do you make of this? I think this is bigger than people let on, though I think anything can change, and maybe they just don't know. Maybe right now they believe the game will come out in May. But I don't think it's a small thing to have the CEO of Take-Two speaking on CNBC, specifically to investors. It would seem like a flat out lie. Otherwise, to people that are most in tune and would have a problem with that might be buying or selling based on the things you're saying at that very moment. And so this indicates to me that they might be internally pretty locked on this date. Do you think that that's an accurate read?
I feel like it seems pretty accurate at this point that the release date will be May 26th. Just because my speculation is that the when it was supposed to come out this calendar year is that it's done. And this extension is like, look, we can with this time, we're able to completely make this like, you want the 10 out of 10 greatest. Potentially it's going to be the highest reviewed game of all time, or pretty dang close. We can lock that in with this extra polish time. I'm certainly, even though if he hasn't played the game, I'm sure he's very in tune with what state it's at, what the delays were for. So I wouldn't see him saying something like this unless he really knew. Because again, the original delay, I guess, is that we thought it was coming out this year, but we didn't have a date. And then when the actual date came, it was just not this year. So it was a delay, but also we didn't know the initial date to begin with. Mm-hmm. So I would say lock it in. It's happening. And what they're doing now is just polishing up to make this absolutely as good as it possibly can at launch. That's
what we're going to get into next about something else he said in an interview with IGN. But Chris, do you think that we will be playing Grand Theft Auto 6 in May, less than a year from now?
Yeah, I see no reason to really think otherwise. It's already been delayed, and I think it's, in fairness, been delayed to a point that seems, or at least from my memory, is more typical to a GTA release date. I don't remember exactly when 5 came out, but I remember 4 was like April or like kind of like early in the year of 2008. And so now that it's in that space again, it's like, yeah, I think so. I think the game's largely done. I just think it's really a matter of probably polish, probably like working out some technical quirks, maybe getting a little bit more familiar with the different SKUs now that PS4 or PS5 Pro's out. I don't know. I just think a lot of the hurdles are kind of done. And so, yeah, I don't think it's going to get delayed again.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm again, he can say anything and probably get away with it, but I just feel like it would be a weird venue to do that on a CNBC show watched exclusively by people who care about money and investments. That video only has 6,000 views. It's not like this thing has been making the rounds or anything like that. Okay. And then I wanted to connect that story to an IGN report called BioShock 4 is going to come out. Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick promises. And this is interesting because he was able to, and the Wesley Yin-Poole, the writer at IGN, was able to speak to Strauss Zelnick upon their fiscal report. And, obviously he was appearing on CNBC to talk about that, but also all the calls and the Q&As that go around that with investors. And he says, when asked about BioShock 4, quote, "It's going to come out. That I can say hand on heart without question," end quote. This is what we were saying last week is I feel like it's so deep into development and you would just have pulled the plug by this point that they just need to get it right. And that they said something like, we have a good game, but we need a great game. Now, this is where I think Strauss Zelnick has some interesting stuff to say. And it's really fascinating to hear him speak so candidly about game development and like what they're doing. He says, quote, "We don't talk about how long our development cycles are. We have had some ups and downs along the way. That is accurate. And we have had changes in the studio leadership. That said, we have very big shoes to fill on BioShock because of the legacy of Ken Levine, the legacy of what has gone before, which has been so successful. And we need to make sure that this experience is true to the BioShock DNA on the one hand, and a massive step forward on the other hand. That's always challenging. We think we're up to the challenge, but it has not been seamless." And then he says this later on, and because they write on IGN, there hasn't been a new BioShock game, blah, blah, blah. And all these things are getting canceled, like Everwild and Concord. And it's clear AAA development is getting longer. And it's getting complicated. And he said this, which I thought was pretty candid. Quote, "I think it's a reflection of the fact that as entertainment businesses mature, consumers seek quality and everyone realizes that the consumer is highly demanding and properly so. The strategy of this company has always been to make the best entertainment, not necessarily the most entertainment. Of course, sometimes we've fallen short, but frankly, a precious few times. And I think some of our competitors have realized maybe a little late in the day that consumers are not okay with okay. Good is the new bad. Great is the new great. And our goal here is to make everything exceptional." So I thought that's really refreshing to hear. Again, it seems like Take-Two is kind of living by that. For instance, getting rid of Private Division was a major step forward towards that. What differentiates EA from Take-Two is that they're both of a similar size, but EA invests in smaller games and then sometimes you get Immortals of Avium and sometimes you get shit from Hazelight, right? Where like the games that sell 10, 15, 20 million copies and you discover that Take-Two is trying to be more deliberate, releasing fewer games and trying to go for quality. And I love that. Good is the new bad. Great is the new great. He's absolutely right. There's no room for good. Where is the good game going to exist? There are good games everywhere. You can fucking trip over them on any platform. But because there are so many good games and fewer great games, but yet still a high volume of great games, too many great games with too few dollars chasing after them, it's a precarious situation. So the only way you can ensure that you will probably win, and this is what you were saying about Grand Theft Auto, both of you, is like polishing it. Is like release just really great shit. And frankly, they do. I mean, I wonder how Borderlands is going to be. I suspect it's going to be great. Borderlands 4, we'll see. NBA 2K is widely respected as the best sports game and certainly one of the, or at least it was, and one of the highest selling ones. Interesting approach, and I respect it and I appreciate that. Less is more. And more in those specific fewer packages is good. So wanted to tie those two things together. Anything else to say before we move on?
I think it ties into what he was saying on that first interview. What was that? CNBC? Mm-hmm. No.
CNBC was the first interview and IGN was the second interview.
CNBC. There's a part where he's talking. I think they ask him if they're like, they're talking about, the possibility in a recession environment, are they immune to that? And he's like, well, no, I wish we could say we were immune to it, but we're not. But in times where people have less money to spend, they may pass on a game that is good, kind of like you were saying, like good is not good enough. But when you have a game that is truly great, then that becomes recession proof, where people, despite having less money, you're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I can't feed my wife and kids tonight. I need Grand Theft Auto 6, and they'll buy it anyway. And so I think it's especially important as we are currently in and may potentially get into worse financial times as a whole, not just in the US, but across the world, that quality absolutely does matter, because people will start to prioritize things and you have to be the most appealing.
Yeah, there's no room for duds, and there have been some really expensive ones. Concord obviously was a majorly expensive dud, but look at Justice League, and like Kill the Justice League actually sold fairly well. Like it's reasonable to expect that game sold more than 1 million copies, if not even well beyond that, at full price, because of where it was charting for months. You guys might remember it was still like I think one of the 20 best-selling games the year it came out, and they still lost $200 million on it. Like, can you imagine? And I'm talking about Warner. It's like crazy levels of money going into these games, and you just gotta polish it up and make it really count. And it seems like that's what they're trying to do. I respect the shit out of that. Again, could just be talk, but I think that they've been living by that mantra, with the exception of their sports games, of course, which are annualized. And I wish, again, as I've said many times, there hasn't been a move to really shake up sports gaming, annualized sports gaming, since Sega famously charged, and I don't know if you guys remember this, $20 for NFL 2K5. Do you guys remember that? That it was like a major deal. And it was the 1 year that they beat Madden. They like Madden was $50 and they were $20. And I think that's when EA got scared and then wrapped up the NFL license, so that couldn't happen anymore. Now Sega doesn't make sports games anymore, but they did at one time and they were awesome. I loved the NBA 2K series back in the day. So, all right, there's that. We'll keep an eye on this. I like that he kind of shouts out Ken Levine. You can read between the lines, by the way, of like his respect for him and Ghost Story and why they're given so much leeway, because he understands like what he's trying to do. That I'm fascinated by Strauss Zelnick. There's nothing fake about him compared to a lot of other executives that, like, we used to make fun of Jim Ryan. Whereas like I'm playing the newest Ratchet and Clank game. You know, Ratchet and Clank a Rift Apart, available now on PlayStation 5, like that kind of shit. Like this guy's just saying like, I don't play games, but I just make a lot of money. For us to make games. And he has like, must be a nice thing to have lieutenants around you that you can trust and that they deliver the goods and you just let them do their thing and make massive. I mean, it's not really a huge risk because like Grand Theft Auto is going to sell, but it's no small thing to spend $1.5 billion or something on a game. Like whatever they've spent on Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't know, man. Crazy shit. I mean, that game is going to just be monumentally huge.
It's going to be a monster.
I'm really eager to see how it moves hardware. There are going to be millions of people that buy hardware for that game.
Yeah.
A traditional big game, especially at this part of the life cycle, if a huge game comes out, might sell a couple 100,000 units of hardware for people that didn't yet buy in. But you're talking about something so substantial. People still, many millions still playing on PS4. We'll talk about that in a little while too, about people playing on PS4. But in the meantime, let's move on to Resident Evil. There are 2 Resident Evil stories that I thought we could talk about here. The first is a reliable leaker talking about future remakes in the Resident Evil series. And so Aesthetic Gamer 1, who's Dusk Golem's a fairly long time, reliable source of Capcom and Resident Evil news. He said on Twitter, quote, "The next remakes are Resident Evil Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0. They should be releasing in 2027 and 2028, though I'm unclear the second, which is coming out first and which is second. But that's what I'd say to expect." So this gives us some good news. He's kind of said similar things in the past, and he says as much on his own Twitter. Resident Evil Code Veronica came out on Dreamcast in 2000, and Code Veronica is associated with Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 0 came out on GameCube in 2002. Love it. Love that game. And that's associated with Resident Evil 1. The reason that I think that these are important, and I mean timeline-wise, Resident Evil 0 happens before the original Resident Evil. Resident Evil Code Veronica happens during Resident Evil 3. Thus, I think it makes sense to get Code Veronica out first. Then you get out and I think you see where I'm going with this, then you get out Code Zero or Resident Evil 0, then Resident Evil 1. Right? At that point, you're in 2030, 2031, and then we would. This is the craziest part. At that point, we will have been 20 years removed from Remake on GameCube, and you could really justify the move now to do the first game again. Dustin, what do you think of my theory?
I think that's a fantastic theory because the demands for 1 are very high. My buddy Brandon just played Resident Evil 1 Remake for the first time, and he comes from the remake era of Resident Evil, and I think his first Resident Evil game was 7. So when he went back to play that, he's like, I hate this. Like I like the world and I like Resident Evil, but I can't get into this style. And I get that. I'm sure there's lots of people that want to go back, but they're just not into the fixed camera angle aspect of it. And so while it already has been remade, it does feel like that is the ideal one to do. But Code Veronica and 0, for me personally, are the ones that I would like to see remade the most because I haven't played either one. I bought them both because they're both available on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, they are.
At this point. Now, side question, Colin.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to play one of these, which one should I play first?
Oh, Code Veronica is on the PS3, right? Is 0?
I think there's a PS4 version.
Okay.
Because let's see. Code Veronica PS4.
Because there is a PS4 version of Resident Evil 0 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Code Veronica PS4.
Oh, okay, cool.
$15.
Nice.
I bought them both on sale, I think, a year ago.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, dude, I remember Code Veronica being so interesting because of it coming out on Dreamcast. And so Dreamcast came out the fall of 99 and it came out the following spring, I remember. And then it was ported to PS2. And I think it was like the next year or something like that. So you can play it there as well. And then of course there was like the GameCube port because of there was like all the shit going on with the GameCube ports around Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 0 remake, Resident Evil 1 remake. What were you saying though, Dustin? You asked which one should I play? I'm guessing I should play Code Veronica first and then 0. I just feel like because it's associated with Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 3 remake is more recent. Yeah, you would probably go there and then play 0, which leads into Resident Evil 1. But yeah, I'm amped for more Resident Evil. Capcom is doing such an awesome job, and apparently we're going to see more of Resident Evil 9. That's where we're at now, right? Requiem, is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
At Gamescom, maybe they're going to show more of it.
It's either Gamescom or Tokyo Game Show.
Tokyo Game Show.
I think Gamescom, they have a playable demo. So you're right. Yeah, it's Gamescom.
So that'll be cool. Gamescom is, I think, the biggest it's ever been this year, I read. So with like the most, it's like 1,500 different companies, something crazy like that. Again, just to show you how out of control everything is. Like, I don't even know how you pay attention to that much content. You can't account for that much content. It's just micro dividing everyone too much, but that's the market will sort all of that out. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys about is this idea of this Resident Evil movie. Now, Josiah Elmer writes in and says, "Hey to CDC, what are your thoughts on Zach Kreger's comments about directing the upcoming Resident Evil movie? In my opinion, this is how video game movies should be approached. Real fans with real talent coming in with their own vision. I think creating his own story in that universe is particularly smart to avoid getting bogged down in existing characters. Kreger's other 2 horror movies were awesome, so I think this movie is in good hands." So this is the guy that did that movie Weapons, right?
Yeah,
Weapons and Barbarian.
And Barbarian. And he's also from The Whitest Kids You Know, which is wild.
Right. I didn't use the comment, but someone wrote in about that too, which is hysterical.
I had no idea. I did not know that. That's amazing.
It's insane. If you've ever seen that sketch where he's like, where he's directing the people and he's like, "I need that happier and with your mouth open." He's the director in that sketch, which is awesome. But
well, there was an interview with the website Inverse, and he just noted, obviously, I think he's doing the round for Weapons specifically, but he was talking about the Resident Evil movie that he's leading, and he says, quote, "Let me say this is not breaking the rules of the game. I am the biggest worshiper of the game, so I'm telling a story that is a love letter to the games and follows the rules of the games." And he says, and that's the end of the quote. And then it says, "That said, Kreger won't be retelling any story within the saga. though it will align with Resident Evil lore, Kreger's film is firmly, quote, outside of the characters of the games. It is obedient to the lore of the games. It's just a different story. I'm not going to tell Leon's story because Leon's story is told in the games. Fans already have that, end quote. So this is making the rounds as something that is great. Now, Dustin, we got a few letters from the audience stating that you would maybe be talking about this in a different context somewhere, or this guy. Were you talking about weapons somewhere?
Maybe it was Summon Sign earlier this week that I was talking about weapons because I saw it over the weekend.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not familiar with it, but seems like people like it
too.
Oh, you saw it as well,
Did
Chris?
you see it, Chris?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I didn't know how to feel about it. And then I kind of, because I walked out of it, was like, that was not what I was expecting. But as I thought more about it, I like it more as I thought about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it deserves, initially it had 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't think it does anymore. I don't know if it deserves that. But you're right. A few days removed, I'm like, yeah, that movie, I mean, I liked it right out initially.
Yeah, me
I'm liking
too.
it more as time goes on.
I think the trailer or like the promise of the trailer isn't kept really. It's one of those kind of like where like the vibe of the trailers or the marketing was not what we got, which at first kind of threw me off because I was like, oh, well, I don't know. I was kind of interested in seeing that. But what we did get, I think, was very good.
Yeah.
But after seeing Weapons, I was like, yeah, I could see this guy doing Resident Evil actually. Because like that movie is way not what you think it is. And I think Resident Evil could benefit from some of that.
I think the thing that I'm debating is clearly because Barbarian is really good too. I like Weapons more than Barbarian, but he clearly has the talent. From these comments, it was Summon Sign that we were talking about this exact interview. Based on these comments and saying how he adores the games and they're going to be lore respectful, that all sounds good, very good. It's a little weird to me that they're not going to have any Resident Evil characters or even kind of touch on the games, because I think it would make sense to have at least a little bit of that in there, because when you remove the fan favorite characters from Resident Evil, like what is it at that point? Like what is it that really makes it Resident Evil? Like it's not like the actual lore of Resident Evil is anything groundbreaking. It's not the only reason, but people love those games because they love Leon, they love Claire, and Chris, right? So I think it seems like a little bit of a weird move, but based on how good Weapons was, I'm gonna trust him for now.
I'm just excited that to have someone that knows the games, and I don't know anything about this person, but just someone that knows the games, knows the series, and doesn't want to replicate any of it is cool, but rather like add to it, make something of your own using the world. And Resident Evil is such a huge story. I mean, even though we've gotten quite many Resident Evil games over the years, it's just still a highly incomplete story. There's got to be so much going on. Around the world that we don't know.
That's why I think it works. Like even just Raccoon City, you see so little of. You see like certain people's stories in that game, but that's a whole city. Like there's all sorts of shit happening. There's probably like there's a gym teacher somewhere out there like freaking the fuck out. Like I think it makes sense. I do think it would be interesting to maybe have like there's got to be something. I do think. I mean, obviously, depending on where he chooses to set it and what time he chooses to set it, I would imagine that like things that happen in the games will overlap with it. Like if there's like some kind of like obvious event that is unavoidable to anybody in that setting, I would imagine that would probably be touched on or at least referenced or given some kind of credit. But I do think following like new characters or just completely different people detached from the core cast is probably a smart move at this point. It's kind of, I would rather see that than, and I think he kind of understands this intrinsically. It's hard to adapt characters that we already love and already have like a very specific kind of feeling about. Like you're never really going to hit it 100%. It's always going to be kind of off. I think it's why Fallout succeeds. Actually, like Fallout's a pretty good example. Like where that show doesn't really have any there's one character in like the last episode or something that exists in the games, but it's really more about the world and the vibe. And if you can do that for Resident Evil, I think it'd be really cool and potentially a really great way to onboard people onto the games and into the world. And based on weapons, I have not seen Barbarian, but based on like the tone of weapons and how like, I don't even know if I should like say too much about it, but like I think that would work.
Fair enough.
For Resident Evil.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm interested to see this. I'm not familiar with the old Resident Evil movies. I remember the first one came out when I was a senior in high school. What's it, Mila Jovovich or whatever, right?
Mila Jovovich, yeah. It's like an action movie series, right?
Yeah, and it's gotten a lot of like, it's done well, and it's all. But what I find funny is that it's driven by Paul W.S. Anderson, who directed. I don't know much about him, but I know that he directed a favorite of mine, Event Horizon, which is a late 90s sci-fi movie. And but he's married to that Mila woman, which I think is hysterical.
Yeah.
So
it's entirely
it's
entirely just a vehicle for her, and it's like fine, that's whatever. They do really well though, apparently. Like,
they do. They've made a lot of money. They have. It's true.
Have you guys seen, there's a Red Letter Media actually put this a clip 12 years ago on their channel. It's just a clip of them watching the end of Resident Evil Afterlife. It's 3 minutes long. Dude, I promise you, not just you guys, but for the audience, them watching this minutes of this movie, you don't need any context. I was dying watching this video. Highly recommend it.
I'll have to check that out. Love that.
The only thing I know about the Resident Evil movies is that there's like a scene with like a laser. There's like a laser vivisection scene. Yeah, is it?
That's the scene.
That's the only thing I know about it. And it is wild, to be fair. But it's I've not seen any of them.
I'm reading about it. So that Paul W.S. Anderson also wrote and directed the Monster Hunter movie so he must have a relationship with Capcom. And guess who stars in that movie?
He also must have a relationship with garbage. Trash.
I just love that she's also the star of that movie. So Capcom must have, I think, a shine to her.
It's a complete fucking racket.
I know, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. God bless her. I mean, if you got the money to do it, like, why not? I guess.
I'm sure she's a perfectly nice woman. I don't know anything about her. I mean, I remember, I honestly can only think of one thing that I ever really knew her from, and it was The Fifth Element, which is an awesome movie. And that's before the Resident Evil movies. But I don't know like her chops or anything. I'm not trying to judge her. I just think it's a little weird. But that's Hollywood, baby. All right. I was disappointed in this, and I should have brought this up earlier, although I guess it makes more sense now, is that we do our bet every year for Metacritic scoring, where we pick 12 games and then you take the best 10. And this game getting delayed has fucked me in our game this year, almost positively ensuring that I cannot win. So that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Crimson Desert has been delayed. Originally intended to come out in Q4. It will now come out, according to our friends at Gamatsu, in Q1. And during the earnings call from Pearl Abyss, which is the South Korean studio that's making the game and publishing it, they say, quote, before the QA session, I would like to first share an update on the development status and release schedule of Crimson Desert, which many of you have been curious about. Currently, Crimson Desert has been in the process of voiceovers while also carrying out tasks such as console certification in preparation for its release. In the case of marketing, we plan to participate in Gamescom and PAX West, and in September, we will join TGS to strengthen our marketing efforts in the Japanese market. The launch of Crimson Desert, our first large-scale AAA console game, has been unavoidably delayed by 1 quarter from the previously announced schedule. This is due to longer than expected timelines arising from schedule coordination and collaborations with multiple partners for offline distribution, voiceovers, console certification, and other launch preparations. We sincerely apologize for not being able to meet the originally promised 4th quarter launch schedule. Well, fuck me, right, Pearl Abyss? Because I believed you that you're going to do this, but obviously things conspired against them, and that's okay. Also, getting a little bit more time with other games, I think, is good. We don't really need Crimson Desert right now. I will say this. So, for people that are not aware, Pearl Abyss is a fairly prominent South Korean studio. It has more than 1,000 employees. And most of them work on a game called Black Desert Online, which, as I remember, only came out to PlayStation 5 this year. But Black Desert Online is a fairly notable MMO that first came to PS4 in 2019. So that's kind of what they're known for. And this particular game, Crimson Desert, was originally supposed to be some sort of sequel in the MMO world that I think because they realized they didn't need to release a new version of their original game, they were like, let's make this into something that's single player and standalone, maybe not unlike what is happening with Grand Blue and like the different components of that series. There's like the RPG, there's the MMO, there's the fighting game, and so on and so forth. So they're trying to do a similar thing here. I think this game looks fucking awesome, I gotta say. And I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about the world. Maybe it's going to suck. But just the gameplay I've seen, the screenshots, I'm like, this looks great, dude. Really, really amped about this. Dustin, I see you nodding along knowingly. Are you disappointed for the delay of this Pearl Abyss game?
I guess a little bit, but there's so much other shit coming out that I'm perfectly happy. Without it, I'm perfectly happy to see you lose a game on the Metacritic
I'm going to have
draft.
to absorb a 0 on my almost certainly. Yeah.
I was just looking, I'm going to get lucky because Judas, I don't think is happening this year.
No.
And Path of Exile 2, which is in early access, I saw a few months ago the director say, yeah, we're probably not going to leave early access this year. So the last game on my list is Baby Steps.
Yeah, that's going to come out September, right?
So that is coming out in September. So I will not absorb a 0, but I don't think I'll beat Chris, depending on his games. But as far as Crimson Desert, highly recommend. There's our episode of Summon Sign. Brad went hands-on with it. I was sitting beside him, watching him play. And this game, I feel like it's not a sleeper because it's gotten a lot of press, but I think people are underestimating, based on what I've seen, how cool and awesome this game could be. I don't know much about the world either, and what the story is going to be like, but in terms of gameplay and the world and the simulation going on, the map that Brad was playing was like this giant battle going on, and all these different characters were fighting their own standalone battles that you could go and interact with each one. It's got a lot of interesting traversal, some Breath of the Wild type stuff in there. So I'm highly anticipating this game. And so, yeah, the delay is a little disappointing, but if it makes the game, it sounds like they're delaying for other reasons, but I'm sure they're going to spend this time wisely polishing things anyway.
Yeah, why not?
So I'm very excited for it.
I agree with you. I think they have a hit on their hands with this game. And I do wonder like what the cross-pollination will be with Black Desert Online. It may be minimal, but it's like what CCP was trying with and actually CCP owns Pearl Abyss, which is funny. So maybe this is connected to that. But CCP is the studio behind EVE Online, the Icelandic team. And obviously they've been trying to break out of EVE Online. Dust 514 was a great example of this on PS3. It's just to make some sort of cyclical environment. And I'll never forget how cool Dust 514 was on paper. Like it just was the coolest idea and just never came together, but very, very ambitious. So maybe a way to kind of like cross-pollinate your games and get people to buy in. I think this game, Chris, looks a little bit like Witcher to me too, like a really enhanced Witcher game, which I think is quite attractive. What do you think?
No, I think it looks great. It also, like, I can tell just by looking at it, it's like this is an overwhelming thing for me. I could tell. It's like this is gonna be. This has to come out right when I'm like in the mood for something like this, because if it isn't, I'm gonna put it off for years. But it looks impressive. It looks technically really great. Looks smooth. It looks interesting. It being delayed, I think, is also good because it just. I mean, that's never. I'm really of the mind that that's never really a bad omen, really, or not an omen necessarily. I don't think it's bad for the game to be delayed. You know, it's usually results in a net positive. So, yeah, I think it'll be great. It looks really high quality.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this all goes down when this game comes out, because I agree with you, Dustin. It's not so much a sleeper because it is getting attention, PlayStation showcasing and stuff, but it does seem like one of those games that will just sell like 5 million copies or something, and everyone will be like, whoa, where did that come from? So I'm really, really excited to see more of it. And imagine a second, third week January release, how big that would be. Just like boom, right after the holidays, you got a little bit of a lull. The winter season is encapsulating you. The days are short. You need something cozy. I think it would do really well. And I agree with you. It doesn't seem like, at least what they're saying is, the way I read it is, we are trying to pass certification. We can't pass certification. Once we pass certification, we can get the games published, because that's what they were saying as far as like distributing the games on disc. everything's coming together too late, and it's not worth rushing. And like we're in August, like we're not going to make it. And so it's good. And so I expect an early Q1 release. By the way, they're also working on a game called Doki-V, which is a Pokemon clone of some sort.
Oh.
I was reading about earlier. It's like a monster hunting game of some sort. I don't know. Doke-V. It doesn't have the E. It doesn't have the accent over the E. The characters or the creatures are called Dokebi.
I've seen this before. It looks I saw one screenshot. I was like, "This looked cool," and then I saw all the human-like characters, and I want to die now.
It's a little unsettling. It's a little unsettling if you guys go look it up. It looks kind of, you know what it looks like? It's kind of like foam stars, like that foam, that bright foam stars aesthetic.
They look like. I mean, it's all weird-looking children.
You know who's going to love this game?
Pedophiles.
Well, yeah, but furries. They're going to love it.
Oh, yeah. Right, them too.
I'll just leave it there. I was going to take it a step further, but we'll just leave it.
Right, yeah.
All right. I just thought that was interesting to throw out. So we were talking a week or two ago about Genshin Impact being willing to move off of PlayStation 4. They're already starting that process, and it'll complete next year, and you'll have to play on PS5. If you want to still play on PlayStation, you can obviously play on your phone or on PC or on another console if you like. So they're cutting off the PS4, and the next game to do this that's been announced is PUBG, the next big game anyway, that's doing this. And they announce on their website that, quote, today, from when they're writing this, which is the 13th, we'd like to share an important update regarding the PUBG console service. As mentioned in our 2025 roadmap, we've been preparing to transition PUBG console to current generation consoles. Starting November 13, PUBG console will be supported only on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. The shift is a necessary step towards aligning PUBG console with current gen consoles to provide our players with a more stable gameplay environment on console and to ensure a smoother, more seamless experience with future updates. We've decided to transition to current gen consoles. Following this transition, console players will see improved visuals and more stable frame rates. In addition, we expect to reduce ongoing crash issues through memory-related optimization. As part of this transition, we'll be ending support for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. It weighs on us heavily to deliver this news to our console players who have enjoyed PUBG on PlayStation 4 for so many years, and so on and so forth. It's been 8 years since it came out. So the transition schedule is that there'll be live server maintenance on November 13th, at which point the PS4 and Xbox One versions will be shut off and disassociated with the existing versions, and you can go from there. And actually, PlayStation 5 Pro now is at 2160p, and PlayStation 5 is 1440p with 60 frames for both. This is interesting news. Josh Kiskalt wrote in about it. It said CDC Push Square had an article about PUBG being the next game that will kill off PS4 support. It's seeming more obvious Sony is doing whatever they can to get people off PS4, and I am guessing the SSD has a big part to play. Do you think this is a good sign that we will see more games taking advantage of the SSD, or do you think this is more of a financial decision? Thanks and keep it rocking. I honestly don't think it's Sony doing this. I think Sony's perfectly happy to let people use PS4 for as long as they want, at least in the midterm. I think it's these companies seeing diminishing returns and being held back by hardware that came out in 2013. It's simply got to move on at some point. And I think the SSD, is a major part of it. But I think they're probably comfortable. They probably reached a bench line internally where they're like, we are feeling fairly safe to do this, so we'll streamline things, make things easier. And then Sony has the advantage of, which is neither here nor there, of having some people update the PS5 probably to continue to play. There's an article on GamesIndustry.biz that I was reading, probably should have cited it, but I forgot to, where they were saying that whoever was writing it was saying that the word is that like companies are now really going to en masse start jumping off of PS4, and that by this time next year, it's going to look very, very different over there. So I think, and by the way, I think it's funny, we're talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 plays a little bit of a part in it, where these companies are probably looking around, seeing increased adoption of the new hardware. Plus, they're like, there's going to be a huge stream of people that really will not move on, but will move on by the time the Grand Theft Auto comes on that might play our game. We might see some cross connection with GTA Online or something like that. And so we're comfortable to make that move as well. So I think these things are all somewhat interconnected, but just wanted to throw that thing out there. So PUBG says goodbye to PS4, the next big one up. I wonder who will be after that. PlayStation Plus games We don't have PS Plus Essential games, but we do have PS Plus Game Catalog games. So this is for the Game Catalog at the mid-tier Extra and at the higher tier Premium as well. And so the new games being added to PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium are as follows. So the Game Catalog games available at both of those tiers, the mid and high tier. Mortal Kombat 1 is coming. Spider-Man for both PS4 and PS5, Marvel's Spider-Man. Sword of the Sea and Earth Defense Force 6. Unicorn Overlord. Nice little addition there. Atelier Rise of 3. She's got some fat thighs sitting here in this picture.
That's why people love her, Colin. That's why you might love her.
I've never played one of those games, but I do love her.
Yeah,
Atelier Rise of 3, Alchemist of the End, and The Secret Key. I think Micah had said that she was like interested in an Atelier game, but it was so uncomfortably sexualized that it was even bothering her.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah, where she's like, I can't do this.
Dude, if I recall, it was like just like a brief ass shot. She couldn't handle the ass. Just seems...
It's interesting for her.
Yeah.
She's so
with
crude.
she wants to fuck a boat from Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
She can't deal with an anime girl's a clothed ass
That's
shot
too normal.
for a second.
That's too normal for her. Indica, which is that weird story game that came out, Harold Halibut, and Coral Island. These are the games that are available. And then on PlayStation Plus Premium, Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will be available in their PS1 formats. Very nice. Probably without trophies, unfortunately. Capcom doesn't seem to be interested in putting trophies on their games. Dino Crisis doesn't have trophies, for instance. But those will be there if you want to experience them as they were originally released in the late 90s. Chris, is there anything here that you might be interested in with your PlayStation Plus? If you had a PlayStation Plus Extra subscription. I don't think you do.
I don't think so either. No. everything that I'm interested in here, I already own or have played, like Spider-Man. I guess like the probably the only thing that I'm even slightly curious about is Earth Defense Force 6, but I strongly suspect I know kind of how my time with that will be, which will be like, oh, this is fun, and then I'll just kind of peel off of it.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect for a subscription service.
Yeah, no, totally. This is, I don't know. I can't speak to the quality of many of these games. I don't know how people feel about Mortal Kombat 1. I feel like that's one that has soured a little bit from the things that I've heard from the fighting community. I'm not really sure how accurate that is. These Atelier, I can't even.
Those thighs alluring you?
No.
There's even a little bit of a shine on them. You see that?
Oh, what are you, gay?
There is a shine. I mean, they're very thin. I mean, they look. Is the assumption that these are like big thighs?
They look pretty big.
They're thick. A normal healthy person's thighs, but regardless. None of this speaks to me. This is kind of a miss for me, honestly. Although, I mean, Resident Evil 2 and 3 being there is nice. Were they not there before? I could have sworn.
No. I think it was just one.
Yeah, one's there.
One director's cut.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of.
They were on PS. They were on PS3 and Vita
right?
and PSP. Yeah.
Okay,
they're
so
in that store.
That's probably what I'm thinking.
In fact, they definitely are there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it took this long to get here. But I mean, cool. Like those are good. Like the classics, nice job. But none of this really speaks to me. It's kind of an off month for me. I wouldn't say it's a bad month because I don't know the quality of any of these, but nothing for me.
Let's see. Yeah, for me, I mean, I don't have it, but Unicorn Overlord, I want to play, but I'll buy. I might have already bought it actually. Sword of the Sea is kind of a cool looking game, and you like surf around like this water. I don't know. Spider-Man, obviously, we've played. So yeah, there's nothing here for me. There is, Dustin, a Death Stranding 2 game trial available at the premium tier as well. So that's 5 hours of gameplay if you want to check it out, and then you can buy the full version if you enjoy. Anything for you otherwise?
I think this is a fantastic month for my taste. Unfortunately, I feel like my extra/premium is going to expire soon. And I'll probably stay off until I find something worthy of the deal to get it. But if I am staying on, Unicorn Overlord, I've been wanting to check out. I've heard amazing things about that. This Indica game, I have looked and thought about buying this game multiple times, but just not sure if it would be something I'd be into. I've heard really great things about it. So that would actually, Indica is the first one that I would check out on this list if my subscription hasn't lapsed yet. Because I don't think it's very long either. Like you can get through it pretty quick.
I've heard good things about it.
It's like 4 hours or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've heard it's really cool. And as far as the PS1 games, Resident Evil 2 and 3, I think this is fucking awesome. We've been wanting some more substantial titles from the backwards, not backwards compatibility, but the classics library. And Resident Evil 2 in particular, I've played through 2 remake a bunch of times now, but I really have no connection to the original. And so while I probably wouldn't play through all of it, this is one that, again, if my subscription hasn't lapsed, I'd love to boot up and just see what it was like on the original PlayStation.
Well, they'll be available a la carte, $10, probably.
Yeah.
What is the?
Makes sense.
What is the? I closed it. What are the? I should look at. Oh, what was this? What are the dates that these are going live? Does it say? August 19. So you have a few days from when this goes live to prepare yourself, to gird yourself.
Good. I'll be busy the next few days anyway.
What are you going to be busy doing?
I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you all about it pretty soon.
Like on the show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be busy with a game.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy shit.
I'm busy. I'm packing up, baby. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Getting out of Dodge.
And you're never going to hear from me.
That'd be awesome. If you actually just fell off the radar, like you didn't die, but like you just disappeared, that would be, I would totally accept that. I was like, that would be awesome. If you were just like, I'm done. And you just like moved to
you really have no choice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I would have to, yeah. What am I saying? I would literally have no choice in the matter.
I would imagine in like 2 months, someone takes like a blurry photograph of me, like in some, Eastern Europe or something. They're like, is that him? I've got like a long beard. Search is on at that point.
Yeah. You're like the Chris Chan videos or pictures that people take every once in a while.
I don't know if I like that comparison, but I get it.
Yeah. I whether you like it or not is immaterial to the comparison.
Right.
Immaterial is such a callous word.
I know it is. It's a totally ridiculous word. I never get to use it.
It's a good word, but it is so uniquely disconnected.
All right. Well, we have PS Plus games. We also have PSN Sales information for July 2025, the top downloads on PSN. And there are US and Canada charts and then the European charts. The European charts are different. People can go into those if they want. But I like to focus on the US charts just because like we could speak to them with a little bit more authority and the market's bigger. So it's just maybe a little bit more interesting from that perspective. But if you go to the PlayStation Blog, you can see both of the charts. The top selling PS5 game in July, digitally, College Football 26. Not a huge surprise there. Ready or Not, number 2.
Wow.
We think we discussed it on the Sacred Streaming, I believe, that this game is fucking blowing up. I mean, pardon the pun. Millions of copies sold, I think, on console, specifically on PlayStation, I would assume, which is I didn't know. And it's just one of those things where it's like, okay,
it's a really cool game. It's very different. It's not like Call of Duty.
It's like SOCOM, right?
It's like, you got like, if you're coming in with a crew, you got to check each door. You got to put the little camera under. And then when someone breaches the door, throw in a flashbang, try to take out the enemies. And dude, the subject matter of some of these levels is dark as hell. You're getting into some nasty stuff in this game. But yeah, crazy. It's blowing up on console. I think it might have been Jimmy that told me. So if he's wrong about this, don't blame me, blame him. That it sold more on console already than it's had in its entire life on PC.
I think that's probably true because I think it's like it's in the millions.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Very interesting. I don't know if it's like aggressive marketing, if sponsored content of getting your game bubbled up, people just seeing the right things when they're on TikTok or Instagram or whatever like they're looking at. Because I'm so detached from like what young people especially are seeing. Like I've never one time in my entire life been on TikTok. I just don't know it. I don't know anything. I mean, I'll see TikTok videos if they're on Twitter, but I've never like actually been on TikTok. So someone like screen grabbing them and like sharing them. But so I always wonder like when a game comes out of nowhere like this, is it that I'm detached from reality, which is potentially true, or is it like that there was like a really canny marketing campaign for this, or people were really excited about it? I'm interested in it. I keep seeing a lot of people on my friends list are playing it, but I think do you have to have multiple players or can you play it with like, so you can like play it and the computer will control the other characters?
The computer will control, but you are like the squad leader and you give commands like Rainbow Six.
Right, again, and so this is the insanity of how I used to play. I really used to play Rainbow Six by killing my squad in the beginning of every chapter.
Yeah.
And then just playing it like as if it was a third person shooter. Like that's literally how I played the game. So
yeah, I don't think Ready or Not would let you do that. I mean, you could. Your score at the end of the mission would be horrendous.
It's so funny that I literally used to do that, but it is true. And so, because you have to direct them, and it's just like so much. I was like, I can't. It's like an RTS. It's like I can't. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around real time strategy games, with the exception of like my baby's first RTS, like Plants vs Zombies as an example is technically it's a tower defense game, but it's real time. Like I just can't work on that level. It's like, yeah, you use the smoke grenade and then you go to this corner and you have my back here. It's like, fuck off. Everyone just die. I'm just going to do this myself.
There are fewer things I want to see more than the designers of that game sitting and watching you play through like one-sided glass. Yeah. Watching you completely do away with all of their like friendly AI work, everything that they did to make sure that friendly AI is as comfortable to use as possible. You just shoot everybody and just go by yourself.
Well,
so crazy.
I wonder. Hey, Ready or Not has crossplay. This is a prime sacred stream.
Oh. We should do it.
Not a bad idea.
Might be kind of cool. I don't know if we need 3 or I think we could play 3.
A 4th would be good.
But I don't know if it's 3 or 4. But I mean, at least 3 of us.
I want to be the. Can I be a medic?
I would pick it
up.
No. But
it's like my dream of playing a white mage in Final Fantasy 14. The most tedious thing you've ever done in your entire fucking life, probably. Like literally I can't even imagine a more tedious thing. So I got to do it at some point. Well, I'll do it in the old folks' home in 5 years. All right, so College Football 26-1, Ready or Not 2, holding strong. Number 3. Grand Theft Auto 5.
You have to laugh.
It's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. Like, how can you not have it already?
It is fucking bewildering, man.
NBA 2K25 is 4th, so no surprise there. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is 5. And then, let's see, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. I feel that's at 6. I feel like that kind of came and went. I feel like now it's not a huge surprise. 1 and 2, I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but people loved 1 and 2, I think, in the zeitgeist a lot more than 3 and 4. And especially 1. Like, I know that people love 2 and love 3 in the various ports or whatever, but like, it was so unique and new. Everyone fucking loved Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in 1999. It was like the biggest thing ever. And I feel like when it was in 2020, I guess, when 1 and 2 came out from Vicarious Visions or whatever, I felt like that really captured a moment. And I feel like this kind of didn't capture the same moment. I also saw that they really gutted the soundtrack, which is a bummer. Yeah, I don't know if they had licensing issues or whatever, because that was not a problem in the first game. I think they got everything but a few songs from the first game. They had
a better hit rate for 1 and 2 as far as like the stuff that they could get back. The second one's a lot more of like kind of like feels kind of like a bloodbath as far as like what managed to get through. I do know also that 3 and 4, there was a lot of work done to 4 to kind of reformat it into the old format of 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Because I think 4 is like more of like an open world kind of mission design kind of game. It's not really like the first 3 at all. And so people were probably looking forward to. People were probably more like, oh well, I that's not really 4 then. So there was definitely more like unease going into this one. Also a different group of people, right? It's a different studio because I think the people who handled
Iron Galaxy.
Yeah, it's Iron Galaxy instead of
Vicarious Visions, I think, did the
Vicarious, yeah. So
one of the great names, by the way.
Great, yeah, fantastic. But yeah, so that was kind of leaning against it. I think it's great. I have no context for what 4 was supposed to be, but I quite enjoy it in this remake. I think it's good. I think it functions. I think it works perfectly fine. But I do think it's one of those things where it's just like, if you hear about it and you hear like, oh, this doesn't function at all like how it used to, you're probably like I guess I'll skip that one.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No. All right. So the other ones on here, I thought this was interesting. Forza Horizon 5 hanging on at 10, ahead of Death Stranding 2 at 11. Forza Horizon just racking up copies sold. I'm never gonna play it because I really just don't want to play car games, but I'm more intrigued by that game than I've been by Racer in a long time, because it's like, why is so many people playing this game? Like, not car people, not people that like Forza Motorsport, but just others. I'm sorry, Chris, you were going to say something.
No, I mean, if you could snag it for cheap somehow, I kind of don't think it's bad to get, like, because I'm not really that kind of person either. Like, I don't really like these games at all, but I kind of dug it for like a pretty good amount of time. I think I put like 15 hours into it or something, which is way more than I would. That probably is genuinely the amount of time I've put collectively into every single like more like grounded, more realistic racer. I know it's not Forza Motorsport, and that's like the more grounded one, but if it wasn't like Need for Speed or like, I don't know, Blur or some of these like weirder, obscure kind of racing games, I wasn't really playing them. It's good.
I did like, and I've forgotten this in the past, is I was a Need for Speed fan. From the first one through the PS1 ones through Hot Pursuit 2, which I loved. And that will come up later because it had one of the great soundtracks of all time, like one of the great rap metal soundtracks of all time. Hot Action Cop was on that. It was like, holy shit.
I was more Burnout, I think.
Burnout, yeah. I think Burnout was even like after me, like after my time, maybe. Like, I liked car games. But then I was just like, I don't really care about cars and I don't really drive. It was just like something to play. Because you know what else I liked was the ATV games. Was it
Pure? Or like
before that, like ATV Off-Road or whatever.
Yeah.
I had like the best selling, like they were huge sellers. So I had like on PS2, like the red label, or it was like I can see it in my mind's eye. It's like a light maroon for like best selling or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway. Rematch is at number 12. Claire Obscure 13. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. That's its first month, right? Is July?
I think so.
So not great at 14. And then a few other things hanging on. Killing Floor 3 just came out too. That's at 17. The game that I didn't hear about on this list is Hold Fast Nations at War. I went and looked it up.
Dude.
Yeah.
This game looks awesome.
It does look cool.
I want to play
it's a World War I or like Napoleonic through World War I era shooter. And it came out in 2020, like right at the beginning of the pandemic on PC. And it's a $20 game, so it's a buy-in game, and it's at number 18 on PSN. Pretty interesting.
I've been seeing clips of this on my algorithm.
Oh yeah, there's Napoleon.
This looks cool. I can tell though. I'm not. This is not going to work.
It looks wild because like you're bayoneting people and shit, and like pretty. Yeah, it looks. It's not my kind of game, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I want a Battlefield game like this.
Yeah, the voice chat in it seems essential.
Yeah,
like the top Steam review says, joined a random game, didn't know what to do. Some random Irishman took me under his wing, followed him into battle, doing firing lines and everything. Then we did a charge on an objective, and I watched him just get shot in the head. I stood there in shock. I will name my firstborn after him.
That's the funny stuff that comes out of games like that. Is so the multiplayer games. That is so good.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, because you can't. It's why I love them. It's like there's so many things that you can't program for. You know what I mean? Like you can't assure that experience will happen to someone, but it just happens because all these things are so dynamic.
Well, because it's like not to be too dramatic or melodramatic, but it's kind of equivalent to what would happen in the real world. Like this fracas, you find yourself next to a person you've never seen before in a foxhole, and you're kind of fighting your way out. And you stay together for 20 minutes, and then the dude just gets fucking clipped in the head. And you maybe never even got his name. And that happened to you in the Napoleonic Wars, you know? Like there's it's crazy. And so like that to digitally undermine that.
Right. To just like wear it as like a fucking costume, basically.
Like the shit that would haunt like your grandfather.
You're doing this on your off time to relax. Isn't that awesome? That is hysterical. We're taking like a generational like traumatic thing that happened to like hundreds of thousands of people who are just like, yeah, you want to jump on? You want to hang out after work in this in a foxhole
with a single loading musket? Holy shit! Scary times.
I'm watching gameplay of it, and it's so funny. This guy shot a guy in the back on horseback, and he's just gone. It's so crazy. It looks cool. I like these games. I like that this is real.
Well, number 18 on the PS5 charts. And then PS4, nothing really interesting to note here, except for Star Wars Battlefront 2 holding on at number 2. I wonder if this... Do you think this has meant anything to EA?
I don't think so.
I doubt it.
No.
I think it would mean something if it wasn't licensed, then it was a different company. If you could revive an old game like that to bump it even back into the top 20 selling games, but it's a Star Wars game, it's licensed, it's Electronic Arts, and it's insufficient.
And it's also probably like what, like you'd imagine pretty cheap,
right?
Pretty like low. If it was this high at like $60 a pop, they would definitely. I feel like that would be like, oh well, that's probably something to pay attention to. But that game's undoubtedly very cheap today. And
then PSVR 2, nothing new. Beat Saber number 1.
Whoa!
I want continued support.
Yeah, I wonder how long this is going to like. Is it going to stay that it's really? It must be them saying like we're not putting games on our competitors' platform anymore. It has to be.
Yeah, it's Zuck, dude. They're getting Zuck.
It has to be. Like, there's just no way that the game like. I'm not saying these games are selling like hotcakes. They're clearly not, but it must be appreciable. Like if you're the number 1 best-selling game on PSVR 2, that's got to be something. Like you're doing the best.
It's relevant for sure. Like,
right.
And yes, I mean it's so funny that Beat Saber is just the seminal VR. It is the VR game. Like it is the Mario of VR. It's kind of crazy.
And then free to play. Fortnite, Roblox, Rainbow Six Siege X free access, number 3. Maximum Football, Call of Duty Warzone, Rocket League, Marvel Rivals holding on at, what is that, 7. Fall Guys, 8. Asphalt Legends, which is that free-to-play racing game that comes up 9. And then Apex falling down to 10. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it in danger of being delisted? Is Apex Legends swooning? I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
I don't know. I haven't heard about it in a while. I will say that. I do think it's kind of maybe fallen a little bit out of the zeitgeist as far as like what's relevant to play. Definitely Marvel Rivals is the big kind of new thing. And obviously even outside of like that space, obviously Roblox, obviously Fortnite. But yeah, Apex is kind of falling a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to find charts. 77,000 players on Steam right now. And its all-time peak, its 24-hour peak is 206,000 on Steam. Its all-time peak is 624, 2.5 years ago. I wish we had this kind of data for PSN, man. I understand why we don't. It would look really bad for a lot of teams. It would look really great, though, for a lot of teams, too. I mean, it looks really bad for most people on Steam. But they just have no... Like, if you... I don't think we're even on... I don't think you can even scrape Lilimo games. I wonder, are we on here? Let's see. Habroxia 2. All-time peak 4.5 years ago, 6. Not good. Not good for us. We don't really sell games on PC. We want to sell games on PC, but we just really don't. We don't really make games for PC players, unfortunately. And the 2 new games that we're going to show soonish, which are not the role-playing game, are definitely not for PC people either. I mean, we'll sell on PC. We hope people buy them there, but sorry, we don't make fucking RTSs and 4X games. Okay. Sorry, that was a little angry. I didn't mean to be so angry.
Good.
I just wanted to speak on this really quick. So Remedy, the developer, released their financial statements for the fiscal year. Actually, it's for the quarter. And they have a lot of interesting stuff in here about FBC Firebreak and kind of its lack of performance and a bunch of other stuff. But they note in here that Control has finally hit 5 million copies sold, which I think is so interesting. And again, it's what we were saying about Death Stranding earlier, right? Like we have this idea that these games are bigger than they are. And they're just not. They're just not. Control is nowhere near being full price and hasn't been for years. And just now hit 5 million copies sold. But Ken and Lotta wrote into us and said, "Greetings, SS Crew. Remedy has released their latest investor report for 2025, and I can't help but be baffled at how the studio is being managed. To give them some credit, they revealed profits are slowly increasing and dev costs are decreasing. Control remains the studio's biggest hit, reaching 5 million units. Alan Wake 2 has broken even, but remains a non-starter for profit. FBC Firebreak has left the studio commercially unsatisfied with the launch being driven by Xbox and PlayStation subscription service agreements. They tend to dig in with FBC and support the game despite only reaching double-digit player counts on Steam after launch. This brings me to the baffling reveal that Max Payne 1 and 2 Remake is the priority game for the studio, with the game in full production in partnership with Rockstar. Control 2 remains in early development with a small team slowly working towards milestones. Am I wrong in thinking this team is a bit arrogant? Since Control in 2019, they've had 3 projects not meet expectations, Crossfire, Alan Wake 2, and FBC, yet seem to have little interest in making the sequel to the only product they have that sells. I'm not saying I want them to be sequel machines, I just want them to be a studio that isn't on financial rocks and at the mercy of Tencent, who keeps investing. Not capitalizing on what sells and what you personally own for over 6 years now just seems arrogant. Am I wrong in thinking the studio is poorly managed? Be well, and I'll hang up and continue my first playthrough of Mega Man and listen. Thank you for writing in. I interpret... I saw this stupid... I don't even remember where it was, but this fucking stupid story. Not everyone gets it right all the time, but it's like someone wrote a story being like, Remedy confirms that they're working in close conjunction with Rockstar on Max Payne. And I'm like, no shit. Rockstar owns Max Payne. Take-Two owns Max Payne. I think the reason why they're doing this is because they need the money. And it seems to make sense to me to go for the sure thing. The surest thing that Remedy has ever made is going to be Max Payne 1 and 2 Remake. Those games are going to sell really, really well. And they need to buttress their... What is that? Dagan used to bring it up. It's like the directors that say, like, I'll do one for the studio and then one for me. And the ones for them are Alan Wake and Control, which are just not very big series, unfortunately, because they're fucking great. Alan Wake's dope. Control is even better. And we've highly recommended it since it came out in 2019. We both loved Control. But people, for some reason, just haven't connected with it. And so I think for Remedy to stay alive, they're actually doing what needs to be done, which is to say, like, we need to take some external money. We need to bolster our coffers and make things a little safer. And if you're... I don't think that... I think it's disappointing that Control 2 is like not out already, but it just doesn't probably seem reasonable. And I don't think that 5 million copies after all of these years is really demanding an urgent Control 2, unfortunately. It could be a huge risk for them to do it. So I don't quite read it that way, but I want to congratulate them. Any reflections on Remedy before we move on? I still have to beat Alan Wake 2. That's for sure.
Yeah. I didn't realize how bad Firebreak is doing. Like, looking at the player counts in the last 24 hours, 15 people.
Yeah, it's bad. I will say because it was on PS Plus and on Game Pass, I don't think those numbers reflect reality on the consoles, but it's probably in the low thousands at most, I would say, cumulatively.
Yeah. You would hope that that it being sort of a live service shooter, that PC would be kind of more primarily the platform for it. And even in this report, it says on Steam, which was planned as the primary consumer sales channel, the launch underperformed. So that's kind of where they were hoping to extract a decent amount of money. And it seems like that has not been the case. And this goes back to what we were saying earlier. I haven't played it, so I don't know if it's any good. But even if it is good, it is simply not enough in this environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
No, I mean, I did play it a little bit. I think I put a couple hours in. It is good. It's, it's weird, though, because it's just like, I as a fan of Control and as a fan of Alan Wake, like, I just would rather be in a single player space. If I'm going to interact with these IP at all, like, I would just rather it be in like a single player setting where I'm not necessarily thinking about the things that I'm thinking about when I'm playing a multiplayer game.
Yeah, agreed.
And so I kind of just fell out of it. It's very competent. It's very well done. It's very good looking. It controls surprisingly well. I will say that, like, their shift over to first person combat actually, I think, is pretty natural and surprisingly pretty solid. But yeah, it's just it ain't for me.
I think that they made a choice. They undercut their sales proposition by going on to Game Pass and PS Plus. That's just, you took the money, you undercut yourself, and you sent a signal that's not always positive. And I think that in turn is going to hurt your PC adoption if people have consoles and access to those things. I just think it's a cyclical thing. It's a game that they should have never made. I agree. It's like these companies need to figure out what they are and be okay with that. Not everyone, publishers can pursue tons of different routes. I don't think developers can. I think you got to kind of pick and choose what you want to do. And I think it's they want Alan Wake, and they want that the Alan Wake universe to be bigger than it is. And I say that as a fan. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
And I think Control is the original Alan Wake. I was shocked by how good it was, actually. But the original Control is really great. Just everything about it is great. And for some reason, people just didn't clue into it. It's just the way it goes. That happens to a lot of games. Tragically, it happens to a lot of games. I think it happened to Final Fantasy 16 in a way, where people are like, eh. All right. Finally, do we want a Far Cry TV show, my friends? Because Eurogamer reports a Far Cry TV show that, quote unquote, doesn't shy away from the darkest, most absurd parts of humanity is reportedly in development at FX. They write, quote, confirmation came not via a leak, but apparently from Ubisoft itself, which posted about the show on its own site before quickly redirecting it back to the main page again, albeit not quite quickly enough to have escaped the notice of Reddit. Those who managed to access the page before it was removed report Rob McElhaney of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And who is Hawley? I don't know who that is. They don't say who that is.
I don't know. He's not.
Mac Hall. They like that's like the first time they reference him, but it's like it says Hawley. Are the Far Cry? Oh, is Hawley like that's the person's name?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a last name; it's just the name.
So it's the last name.
Hawley.
Okay, from Fargo and Alien Earth, it says. Are the Far Cry?
I think his name's Noah Hawley.
Okay, yeah, they don't say that anymore. Are the Far Cry series co-creators? Hawley will also reportedly serve as showrunner, while Mac is set to star in the show. The series will be executive produced by Mac Hawley and Jackie Cohn for More Better Productions. Blah 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 blah. Boykin says, quote, this collaboration is really an embarrassment of riches. Far Cry, a psychological tailspin that doesn't shy away from the darkest and most absurd parts of humanity, which aligns perfectly with FX's bold and fearless storytelling style. Listen, well, let's get this letter in here first. JP. Hey, Sacred Crew, did you see the Ubisoft leaked announcement that a Far Cry TV show is in development at FX with Rob Mack from It's Always Sunny and Noah Hawley from Fargo working as co-creators? The show, similar to the games, will be an anthology, and personally, this seems like a great series to adapt to a TV show. But curious what your thoughts are on this news. I radically disagree. Now, Rob Mack is awesome. I mean, Mythic Quest, he's a gamer.
Yeah.
And so it's cool that he picked up on Far Cry. I think Far Cry is dope. I think what makes people know I love Far Cry. I unapologetically love Far Cry. I think it's awesome. It's an awesome game series. I do not know how it translates to a movie or a TV show when it just becomes an over-the-top action game. If you remove your agency from it and the insanity of it, you doing it yourself, I don't think it's going to translate. Like, I just don't. We'll see what happens. I would be surprised if this ever comes out. Because I don't know if you guys agree with your experience with Far Cry. Imagine Far Cry 6 playing it, which I think is an enormously fun game, and then watching it. Well, it becomes like another action movie with a dictator, equatorial country tyrant communist. Like, it's like, whatever, man. What's fun is jumping out of the fucking airplane and shooting and clearing a base or whatever. I think it's a weird target, and I say that as a fan. And I think there are a lot of IP and games that can make great TV shows and movies and do, but I think that this is a weird one. Now, anything's possible. They made Gran Turismo into a compelling movie. So could they do it with Far Cry and make an anthology series? Sure. But I just think taking the player out of it doesn't make any sense. It's Far Cry is totally dependent on the experience.
Yeah. I mean, you could make the same argument with Fallout, but Fallout turned out well. Like, although I think Fallout has like a way stronger just aesthetic language and a way stronger vibe to connect to. like there's more there for you. Far Cry it really is just kind of like, island or, some random country paramilitary. It is a very kind of like, doesn't have a lot of that iconography. Like there's no really iconic imagery from Far Cry that I can think of, really. It's just, it really is what it is, which is just like island, guns, explosions, military, rebels.
Yeah. And I argue when they tried to get away from that the most, which was in 4 and 5, which I think 4 is good. I love 5. Those are the ones that are not tropical, and they're like almost the least memorable ones for a lot of people. So it really is that.
Yeah. It's that tropical setting that really,
whether it's like Africa or whether it's the Caribbean, the Pacific.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And so like, I don't see how they could do it, really. I don't think it makes sense. But also, I also kind of feel like it's in some ways a win, because Far Cry is so inherently, like, even the fans of Far Cry, like the biggest fans of Far Cry, I would imagine don't care that much about like the lore or like the, the storytelling necessarily. They care about the sandbox of what Far Cry is. And so in some sense, you kind of have free reign. It's kind of like Twisted Metal although albeit in a very different way, where it's just like you could kind of just do whatever. And as long as it's good, people will like it. So maybe they have something. Maybe they have a good idea, and maybe it'll translate to pretty good TV. I don't think it would be necessarily iconic TV. I don't necessarily think that you would look at it and be like, oh, that's clearly Far Cry. It might just look like some show, but it could be good. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll keep an open mind, see how it. And again, Rob Mack being a gamer, and it gives you a little bit of faith and hope. It's not some like clueless person doing it.
Yeah.
I've never seen that Mythic Quest show, but I've heard it's really great. It's about like a studio, right? That makes like a game called Mythic Quest or Mystic Quest.
I think so.
It must be Mythic Quest, because Mystic Quest is the Final Fantasy game. It looked funny, but I never.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I find, I don't know. I'm just turned off at the idea of shows about gamer humor. There's something about it. Like, even if it is good, like I think I'm good. Well, me and my friends will do that when we're like riffing at like a bar, like at someone's apartment or something. Like I don't need to necessarily see this, but I heard it's good. And obviously Always Sunny is Always Sunny. I think
Always Sunny is like,
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about this guy though. This other guy.
Yeah, me neither. Always Sunny though is fucking awesome.
How do you guys feel about his name? The name thing?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that, but that's okay. Yeah. The thing about, well, I don't want to speak out of it because I really do love them and I respect them and I think they're just hysterical. But I feel like, and people are people, like they're not the characters on the show, right? Like,
right.
But it felt like an outsider's show, and then they kind of, and it was for a long time, and now they kind of got famous, and then they started doing their own sitcoms and getting work done on their faces and like doing all these things. And I'm like, oh, it's like, it reminds me a lot of God, what was Joel McHale? He's one that always sticks out to me, is like Joel McHale was above it because on the Soup, right? Because, and he would make fun of things, but he wasn't involved in it, and then he became one of them. And I was like, now you're just like an actor in Hollywood? I thought you were like lampooning this. And it felt like a little disingenuous in a way. And so I see like, I love these guys, but then I see like, oh, it's like, yeah, but I got, facelift. It's like, oh, okay. Like, that's cool. I just used to make fun of all this stuff, but it's one of those shows that I hope that they just continue to do in perpetuity. Every few years.
Always Sunny?
Yeah. Just every few years. Just do it. It's kind of the dream I always had for Seinfeld that never got to continue. Like we've already gotten 20 years of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which is awesome. It's amazing. And it's still funny. Yeah. I haven't seen the last 2 seasons actually, but it's still funny. Like from everything I saw up to whatever, 2022 or something.
I heard the new season's pretty good. Like it feels like a finale season, but like it isn't, but like people like it. Seinfeld, I disagree. I don't think it could have gone on for too much longer. I think every problem in Seinfeld goes away with the existence of smartphones. Yeah, well, what I should reiterate that I had this dream, and then we kind of got it in Curb, but of like it just coming back every few, like 5 years, just like another season or another few episodes of just checking in and just being curious about what's going on in this world and why the world stays so static. Like part of the humor is that like it's just static.
Like nothing changes. And that's what's so funny about Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I didn't see the episode, but I saw a clip of it where they are in the apartment, Charlie's apartment and Frank's apartment. And then they open one of the doors and there's just an entirely other room in the apartment that they never knew was there. And I was like, that I actually like started gutter. I was like, that is fucking hysterical. Like brilliant, perfect. And they're like, you had this room the entire time, like all this space, and you've just been living together like this. It's so silly. It's so silly. And Frank is just a great, Danny DeVito's inclusion in that show was a game changer as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's get into what we're playing. I'll go first just to get out of the way because you guys are playing the Battlefield 6 beta and I want to hear all about that. I know the audience does as well. So first up is I've been playing 3 different things. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, I platinumed. It's platinum number 185. Phenomenal game. Highly recommended. Just absolutely awesome. Obviously know what you're getting yourself into. If you're not into 2D side-scrolling action games, then maybe don't. But the game is, I think, more forgiving than the original Ninja Gaiden games, except for the hard mode is so fucking hard that you really... I'd be shocked if almost anyone is beating that hard mode without messing with the accessibility settings. Because you can unlock these settings where you can make it so that like you take only 75% or 50% damage, and you can like make charges last long and even go down to 0 damage if you want. And so hard mode is ridiculous. I was explaining to Gene, because Gene was playing it too. And I was like, the core game is easier than the old Ninja Gaiden games. And then the hard mode is like way harder than the old Ninja Gaiden games. And I was like, I don't know like where the balance is in all of this, but it was really, really fun. Got all the collectibles, beat the game a couple times straight up. Just really highly recommended. Just a wonderful job by the Game Kitchen. And shout out to Tecmo Koei for allowing this to happen, because it's the first side-scrolling Ninja Gaiden game we've gotten in 33 or 34 years, which is... Let's not let it go that long again. I mean, that's incredibly wasteful. I mean, we should be getting one of these again in the next few years, hopefully. I hope it did well. And then I played MindsEye. I bought it, unfortunately. Funny little thing about this is the regular version of the game is $60 on PSN. The special edition is $55. So, okay. So I bought the special edition. I did this obviously for a stream. We talked about that earlier. The stream technically was a little bit of a nightmare, but we did get to play it for a few hours. I have to admit, I wasn't paying very close attention to it, so I'm going to restart it and try to just play it and pay better attention to the story, at least. But I will say that it's a very strange game in that it seems like it has no soul and spirit, like it's empty, like you're just doing things in it. And there's this fairly high production value in motion capture, and some of the cutscenes look pretty good and whatever, and it really has the spirit of a PS3 game, which is what was so attractive about it for me, even older than that, which is awesome. But there's just something so off about it. And I'm really curious. I know Leslie Benzies has said that they're looking to relaunch the game, and I wonder what that means. I wonder if they're going to try to salvage it, try to save it. It seems to have sold not well, obviously, but decently. I was saying on the stream that it has the amount of reviews on PSN that would indicate a game that sold hundreds of thousands of copies. But I really believe that it's got like 8,000 reviews or something, which is a lot. And, but it seems to me like people going out of their way, reasonably so, to score the game when they bought it, knowing that it's bad. It has like a 2.5 rating, which is almost unheard of on PSN. So yeah, not recommended, but I bought it. I might as well play it. And then, the last few days I've been playing Doom: The Dark Ages. Incredible. I love it. Mm-hmm. Now, I think I like them I like Doom 2016 the best of these 3 games. It felt like the Doom game. I think this is my second favorite one. Obviously, Doom Eternal is really great, but I think it kind of goes a little overboard with like everything kind of piling on itself. And I hated the hub world. I just thought the hub world was so shitty. Like such an unnecessary, like, what are you doing? This is Doom, dude.
It's the worst part of that game for sure.
Yeah, so they got rid of that, which is great. I really love the interplay in this game of your shield. And then you only have, I think, 6 weapons, but each weapon has an alternate version. So like your rocket launcher is also a grenade launcher. Your spread shotgun is also like an up close and personal, like, bust you in the fucking gut shotgun as long as you're really close to someone. You press a square button to circulate between those. And then you use the shield as like a Captain America toss kind of thing, or you use it to block incoming attacks. And you can, if an attack is green, you can reflect it back on the enemies and stuff. There's just a lot. The interplay and the marriage between the different skills and the different weapons seems to be a little bit more in line with what I would want personally, where it's not so overboard. And then there are these different melee weapons. You can have like a Morning Star style weapon, or you can just use your fists, and all of them have like different skills behind them. So I just think I really, really like Doom of the Dark Ages. I highly recommend it. There's 22 chapters. I'm on chapter 21. So I'm like,
oh yeah. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. I was playing it last night, and I remarked to Mike, I'm like, there was just in this major arena gunfight at a part of a stage. I'm like, this game is just so good. Like, it's just so fun to play. It's just a joy to play. And some of the weapons are really cool too, because again, you have the big fucking crossbow, and this with the BFC, and some of the weapons are really imaginative. So you have like a sort of a machine gun, and like I said, a shotgun, and so on and so forth. But you also have this like ball and chain gun and that's like my favorite weapon. I use it all the time, and you can like charge it up and just like bash from afar like someone, and then pull the chain back, and that's really fun. And there's like a nail gun style thing where you have like these pillars, and you see some of them in the game, and it's your machine gun. It turns into like this one shot. You can like slow down time and just like shoot dudes in the head with these nails that are really, really cool as well. So and there's like a laser weapon, like an energy weapon. And I really dig too, some enemies have like energy fields around them, and so you use energy weapons to get rid of them. Some enemies have armor, and if you shoot them with like more kinetic weapons, you can then throw your shield at them, and the armor explodes off of them. And so it's a really, really creative, fun game. And I must say too, I'm not really sure what the fuck's going on in the story. I don't really care, but the enemies are really neat. I was a little skeptical about how this was all going to work, because it's supposed to be aliens and space and everything. And so what it really feels like is Warhammer. And now I'm not a Warhammer fan by any stretch of the imagination, but that's what it feels like. I mean, that's what I would think Warhammer felt like, where for some reason you have these dudes that look like Vikings, but they have like these huge guns, and they're fighting these demonic creatures. And the main villain is super cool. I can't remember his name, but he's like a devil with like horns, and he has like an upside down cross carved into his head. And I was like, this is fucking great. This is good shit, man. Love it. Just really, really into it. Highly recommend it. So yeah, MindsEye, not so good, but Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, excellent. Doom of the Dark Ages, excellent.
I'm really glad to hear that, because like I really liked it too. Although like I know that it was like kind of a controversial. Like I think people like were a little bit softer on it. But how did you? I want to ask you about, like, since you're so deep into it, I wasn't sure if you had gotten to these parts yet, or if you'd had time to really think about them. What do you think about these the dragon and the mech parts?
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm glad you brought that up. Is that the dragon parts are okay. It feels like I'm kind of just playing. Like, it doesn't feel challenging in any way. You're just kind of going through the motions. The mech like kaiju parts I find weird. Like, you could have cut those parts out of the game. In fact, I think that that's one part of the game that, in my opinion, undercuts the drama of the game, is that you're supposed to be this like one man kind of against everything, and you're like going through a stage and shooting creatures and kind of on the ground, and then you're going through the same stage in a mech, and it's like, well, I could have just done this. I mean, obviously I couldn't get to the mech at that time, but it's like this kind of trivializes the entire experience. There's a bigger, I won't even say what it is, but there's something that happens with Doom Guy in this game where I'm like, whoa.
Right.
Where I like, you actually kind of get to know him in a way you've never really gotten to know him, I'll say. And I'm like, this is cool. Pretty neat. But again, I think it, and this is id Tech, 8 at this point? The game runs like a dream on PS5 Pro. It's just a fucking, it's funny because it's a little foggy in its resolution still when you really like stare at the game. It's like, it's like, why are the draw distances not very good? It's a little, but the game, you just move at like a fucking mile a minute, and it's just awesome. It is so good. It's a shame that we don't get more of these single player shooters that are just really immaculate. They're too few and far between at this point. And to get something of this high quality, I think it's really great. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it sold great. Seems like it did respectably. And I was reminding Micah, I was like, everyone was skeptical about Doom 2016. No one knew Doom 2016 was going to be good until it came out because of that beta, which was like a multiplayer beta that everyone was like, eh.
I remember it vividly being like, this is okay.
Right. And so people didn't really believe the game was going to be any good, but it was really the single player component that was excellent. Aaron wrote in and said, Colin, I saw you're playing Doom the Dark Ages as I am, and I wanted to warn you if you're not already aware that trophies are bugged. I completed every chapter ensuring that I had done all upgrades, and 2 of my acquire all upgrade trophies did not pop. I saw other people had this issue on Reddit as well, and it may have been fixed in the latest update that caused it. Or it may have been the latest update that caused it. I am so annoyed. I also went back to Doom 2016 to see if they had fixed the audio issues when you started up the game, and that is still broken too. It's so disappointing at what is otherwise a highly enjoyable series. I can't speak for sure yet because I'm still haven't beaten the game, but I've gotten everything that I think I should have gotten. And as I understand, this was fixed, but it seems like maybe what you're saying is it has been rebroken. So hopefully that's not the case. But the good news is that when they fixed it the first time, everyone got their trophies automatically as long as you fulfilled the requirements. So my assumption is that they will do that again. But I don't think I am personally missing anything anymore. And I just need to be judicious with my time right now. Like we have a gap of time before everything starts coming out at the end of this month. So it's like, I can't wait anymore. If I don't play Doom in the Dark Ages now, I don't know like when I'm going to play it. So it's been sitting on my cross media bar the entire time. I bought it when it came out. So yeah, it's awesome. Really into it. I appreciate the warning, but I'll have to look further into that. I don't think I'm missing anything yet. But what I'll do tonight is that I'll play it and then I won't, since I have a save in the cloud at chapter 21, if it's broken, I just will delete the save I have on my console and then just do it again when the game's fixed again. But I appreciate the warning. And no good cog sucking wire back number crunch and clanker wrote in.
Jesus Christ.
Just getting real robot racist over there. Hey gents, has the patient Chad Collin outplayed the overeager soy boys Chris and Dustin? Doom the Dark Ages just got a great update, adding customizable sliders, rebalancing weapons and difficulty, rebalancing music volume, new mechanics to mech and dragon fights, and a custom horde mode. It really goes to show that if you don't mind waiting, the best time to play a game is well after launch. Colin, enjoy your superior version of Doom. I don't want to say that they're soy boys just because if the trophies weren't broken when it came out, I probably would have played it immediately. So I would have missed out on all of this as well. So we might all be soy boys.
Yeah. Mark this down as the first time someone's excited that Colin waited to play a game because
right.
Usually the feedback is quite the opposite.
I know. It's like, why is everyone so eager for me to play everything all the time? It's like, just let me play on my own terms. I play a lot of games. Let me just get there. I'll just get there. Let me just take my time. So yeah, I think we're the patient Chad Collin. I was patient because I had to wait for the trophies to be fixed. But again, I would have been all over it when it came out had that not been the case. But I like the idea of you guys being soy boys. That's fine with me. All right, so that's what I've been playing. Let's go over to you guys now. Dustin, let's start with you. Actually, let's begin with Connor Reese's inquiry. He says, greetings, gentlemen. Colin, I know you are eagerly anticipating Hell Is Us on September 4th, and a demo released this week on PS5 letting you experience the beginning of the game. I played it for just under an hour and was instantly sold based on the immersion, the atmosphere, and the very unique world that it's setting up. I do wonder how complicated it will get with no map markers or real guidance of any kind, but at least in the opening, I never felt lost and was able to solve puzzles using just the information the game had given me. Is anyone else here planning to check out the demo, or just wait till the full release is out? I think this is a sleeper game of the year if the full release is as solid as the demo. Thanks and have a great weekend. So I saw this demo came out. A lot of people are playing it. Dustin, it says you are playing it. What do you make of Hell Is Us's demo? I don't need to be sold on it. I think it sounds awesome, so I'm going to definitely play it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't complete the demo, but that was intentional. I played like the first main section, and then I was shocked that it kept going. And I was like, nah, I'm good at this point. But yeah, it's a really unique game. I was trying to remember. We made fun of something the director of this game said about how it... what was it? Something about how the fact their narrative doesn't like they're not telling you what to do all the time. He put it in some really weird way. Maybe Colin will find it. But that's one of the main things about this game is that the HUD is extremely minimal and there's no markers. In fact, all you really get is that you can temporarily turn on a compass. So when you start this game, They just kind of put you. I mean, there's like a cutscene that happens beforehand, but there's no like, go here, do this. Kind of just walk through the woods. You find this house. You go in the basement. You talk to this guy. He gives you some info and says that there's a place you need to go east, I think. So I walk out of the house, bring up my compass, figure out which direction is east, and start heading that way. The world is definitely the most intriguing part to me because there's some kind of major war going on with some very deep level of hatred going on between these two groups of people. But at the same time, there's some weird, wacky shit going on with these weird monsters inside these weird dungeons. So that was really intriguing too. The thing I really want to shout out though, the combat, there's a mechanic I really, really like. The combat, sorry, Colin, feels a little Soulsy, just in that you're locking onto characters. You really got to watch enemy movement patterns, things like that. I'm not saying it's a Souls game. Take it easy. But there's a mechanic that really reminds me of Bloodborne, where let's say your health is at half. If you do a bunch of consecutive hits, there will be like a light gray bar that starts to fill up your health. And when you step away, I guess not when you step away, but when you stop your combo, that bar will then flash white. And if you hit R1 at the right second, you will regain that health. So it's kind of a mix between that. There's like a mechanic like that in Bloodborne where if you lose health, you can attack and regain it if you're really aggressive. So it encourages this like really aggressive play style. It also has a bit of a timing mechanic like active reload. So it's like active healing. And I thought that was awesome. I love games that encourage you to try to be aggressive. I got to send you guys this image, and I am going to put this in the show. An opening cutscene, you see the main character. And this, I was just so off put by what the fuck he's got going on with his hair. What is going on with this guy's hair?
It looks like it's like a Roman wig.
Yeah, he has like this oddly youthful hair, but clearly being a middle-aged man.
It's beautiful. It's like perm.
This is not nearly. This should not be as funny as it is.
So yeah, something about that was off-putting, dude. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but there's a intro that features this character that is really weird looking, and I really liked it. It kind of reminded me of Dune in a way. Yeah, very promising, and I really like this aspect of like we're going to give you everything you need, but we're just not going to tell you what to do. And it's not like in Elden Ring, we're not going to tell you what to do. It's very clear that there's a path that you're supposed to go on, at least in the demo. I'm curious about how it opens up more. There's like a data pad that you pull out, and it shows you all the different characters you talk to. And then you can click them and it'll show you everything you know about them, the conversations you've had. It'll show you how they connect to other characters. So there's a literal puzzle element to this game where there's a few different puzzles you have to solve, very kind of like Zelda dungeon-esque. But there's also an overarching like character interaction, what information you know level puzzle to it. So seems like a very ambitious title. Intrigued me enough to stop playing the demo just because I was ready. I'm just like, you know what? I'm good. I want to see what the full game is, and I don't want to have to replay any more of this beginning part when it comes out.
It's interesting because Rogue Factor is the developer of Hell Is Us, and I only knew the name, but they did a game. They did 2 games with Focus Home Interactive back in the day. Mordheim: City of the Damned, which came to PC in 2015 and then PS4 in 2016. And Necromunda Underhive Wars, which came out in September of 2020, which is like a tactical role-playing game, according to Wikipedia. And now they're working with Nacon on something like that's much bigger. This seems to be like they're really coming out with this Unreal Engine 5 game, something much more broad and demanding than what they originally did. It's worth noting the trophies are live for this game and people are playing it. So they are fairly confident in it if they're letting people review the game already. And obviously the demo shows an incredible amount of confidence as well. I'm looking forward to it. Comes out September 4th, I want to say. Something like that. Yeah, September 4th.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, well, let's stick with you, Dustin, and then we'll go over to Chris because you're both playing the Battlefield 6 beta. What are your thoughts?
Battlefield 6 beta. So this ran last weekend, and it also just went live again for this weekend with an additional map. And I think we talked about this when it was revealed. It's like, I'm unsure because Battlefield has not been very good as of recent, as far as 2042 and Battlefield 5 before that. Really hasn't been since Battlefield 1 that they've really pleased the fans of that game. And the beta was so shocking how much I enjoyed it on multiple levels. The first thing was just that it ran great on my PC. I did have the game crash a few times. I'm willing to forgive that for a beta, but it wasn't anything crazy. But overall, frame rates really stable. There's a little bit of jankiness with some of the physics, but I actually enjoyed that aspect of it. It made it kind of fun when you like shoot someone in with a shotgun and then they blast really far away. So, but yeah, I was shocked how much fun I had. I am not very good at it. I have to like relearn how to play Battlefield. But the thing that if you're going to jump into the beta this weekend, if you're listening on to this on Patreon and you're thinking about checking this out, I highly recommend it. It's so much more fun playing with a squad, like a team. And you can really, if you take advantage of the teamwork aspect of this game, unlike when you're playing just like Team Death, Call of Duty or something like that, that's where it really starts to shine. Because we were playing the one that was like me, Brandon, my buddy Jason, and Ben. And Jason took the role of the medic. And my guy, legendary medic. He was, he was playing the game too, but he was, yeah. He was there. Anytime you needed him, he was coming up with a defibrillator, shocking you back to life. And yeah, we were having a great time. The destruction in this game is incredible. I've never seen destruction quite like it, especially in multiplayer game. It's very clear why this game is not on PS4, because some of the level of destruction, like full houses just being obliterated with a tank or something like that. So the only thing I need to be convinced on is the weapons you can fully customize, like different barrel, like gun attachments and stuff. That's very Call of Duty, and maybe some previous Battlefield games had that too. I have like a love-hate relationship with that because I'm obsessed with it, where I'm constantly like, oh, well, if I connect this barrel and this attachment, maybe I'll be able to shoot a little better or whatever. And it's like I'm constantly switching around to the point where I start to annoy myself, where it's like, I don't even want to, just give me a weapon. And this is the weapon, and that's all you need. But they got to have the carrot on the stick with the progression, so I get it. And some people do really like the building mechanic, like building out your guns for your play style. So it is good. I think just for me personally, I get a little too OCD about it. And then I'm thinking more about that than actually playing the game. So, but yeah, Chris, you're playing too. Curious what you think.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm a little mixed on it. I think I want to be clear. I think it's very good. I think it's very clearly like, oh, this is a return to form for Battlefield, way far more so than 2042, and definitely more so than Battlefield 5. It was nice. It's nice to play it. It feels good to play. It runs really, really well. And I generally like the roles that I excel at in Battlefield, which are like medic and recon. I still do very well in. I've never been particularly a great running gunner in Battlefield. I typically just leave that to other people. So anytime I tried to do that, I was getting trounced, but it was whatever. This is kind of par for the course. I don't know if I have too many complaints. It's just there's one thing I think specifically that is getting in my way, and that is like I'm noticing. And granted, I only notice this when I attempt to do like more close quarters run and gun stuff, and that's like I feel like enemy readability is kind of an issue, and to be fair, that's always really kind of been a Battlefield thing, because Battlefield has always kind of sold itself on this kind of, it's a video game, it's video gamification for sure, but it's like, this is meant to be a little bit more grounded and a little bit more like serious military conflict than Call of Duty is, especially Call of Duty is today. And so camouflage works really well. You know, like oftentimes you'll just get shot and you won't even see the person because there's so much detail in the environment that like, and now there's like all these animations, there's dust, there's particle effects. So there's dust blowing by that makes the entire image move. There's like shadows casted by trees and that gets muddy and that's moving. And so like there's a lot of visual noise that like, I find it so much harder to just see the enemy this time than I did in like Battlefield 1 or Battlefield 4, when there was just kind of an accepted like lower fidelity on everything, where there was less information to take in. But that's also probably just like a skill issue. I'm also just getting older and my eyes are worse, undoubtedly. But I do think like it just feels, that's one thing that feels a little bit off, but it's very good. Like I'm definitely going to jump onto the beta again, give it another try, hoping that maybe I can adjust to it. But yeah, it's looking good. I will say I'm not super big on this open weapon, open class thing. I did kind of prefer it when certain classes just kind of like, these were your weapons for the class and that was it. It's a little bit more open this time. And granted, there are modes that you can, you know, there's closed class and open class. And apparently I'm hearing people online talk about how I think there's like a rush mode in Battlefield that's very popular that is apparently like not good. Like they just kind of completely fucked it. And I think a big reason why people feel that way is that they did open the classes up in that mode, and that seems to be the primary way they're going forward with it. And nobody seems to be happy. I never cared about rush personally, so that's it was all about conquest for me, like the big open scale like fighting stuff. So that's what I play Battlefield for. I don't really play rush mode, but that's worth mentioning, I think. So it hasn't been all smooth sailing necessarily. I also think the maps are a little small, but we've only played 2. Maybe this new one's bigger. I just remember feeling like maps in older Battlefield games felt a little bit more open than this one does. But it's very good. It plays fucking well. It's gorgeous. Yeah, man. It runs surprisingly well. The only other game that I feel like has done destruction this well is the finals, which makes sense because that's like largely a lot of the same people. But it's very good. I wish I was just better at the readability thing. Really.
We have a couple of inquiries here to expand. Nourishing Nut wrote into us. So, gentlemen, the Battlefield 6 beta weekend was incredibly successful, and I had a ton of fun playing it. Did you guys see the news that over 300,000 players were caught cheating in just 3 days of that beta? What the hell is wrong with people? I can never understand using cheats in a shooter in the first place, but to use them in a beta for an unreleased game gives off insane amounts of loser energy. Just wanted to see if you all have any thoughts on this. I'll nourish myself and listen. Did you guys hear about this?
Yeah, I did hear about this. I kind of disagree. Not necessarily that like I think it's a good thing to cheat, but I actually think a beta is a great time to do it. So that like they can nail that stuff down and you know, figure it out. I think there's actually no better time to do it than at this period in time. Not that it really makes a difference because this isn't really a beta, as we all kind of understand, I think intuitively. It's more of a stress test or like a demo. But I don't know. I got accused of cheating too because I was like so in. You can, if certain classes can deploy like a redeploy beacon so that it allows you to like spawn exactly where you've planted it instead of having to, you know, spawn at like a base that's under your control. You get to just choose where you're at. And a teammate of mine on one of the maps put one of those display beacons on like a bridge that I think was outside of like, it was like out of bounds or something. And you could get on top of rooftops and just snipe people. And so people in the chat were like, I love the in-game chat. They got so bent out of shape. They're like, he's cheating. He's not even good at the game. He has to go out of the map to fight. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a sniper. I'm staying on this rooftop. I'm sorry. They let me come here. If they let me come here, like I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not going to not take advantage of this. Also, quite frankly, I feel like Battlefield is that kind of a game where like you should be. I don't know why that's out of bounds. Like there should be a way to get up there. Like it feels weird that there isn't, or that was considered out of bounds. There's even ramps between these rooftops that look like they're specifically made for you to like jump across them. So it's kind of like, I don't know exactly I'm not even really sure if I've cheated, but whatever.
Dustin, it looked like you were going to say something nourishing nut, or you had something to say.
Well, we went right past. They said, "I'll nourish myself."
Yeah. He's eating his own nut.
Christian style.
It's a Christian philosophy.
Just needs a little Fanta to go down the hatch.
Fanta.
Someone might say, Fanta. Yeah. Yeah, the cheating thing. I will never understand it. I don't get it. The feeling of being good comes from skill, so I don't know why you'd want to do that. There's been a huge thing on Twitter about this cat girl VTuber.
Yeah, I saw
being
that.
accused of cheating, and I'm not saying one way or the other. I have no idea. I've seen very compelling arguments on both sides. Apparently, this person was banned from Twitch and then deleted all their shit, so that feels a little sus.
I was watching it and I don't know anything about this stuff, and I'm like, it seems fairly clear. I mean, maybe I'm just not up to snuff on how good people are at these games, especially with
you don't know about the AIM community.
I saw that I'm part of the AIM community. Shut the fuck up, losers.
That was crazy. Like, I don't know anything about that person, but I saw that. I was like, there's too many communities. That's the AIM community. Wait until the community. Somebody responded to me. It was like, wait until the community hears about this.
Yeah.
To me, I'm a little. It's again, from my layman's eyes, it seems pretty clear that they're using some sort of assistance. Just in the way that they're snapping and like the way it's snapping through walls and all these kinds of things. Like, I don't know very much about it, but it looked like that to me. But then there are people that know a lot more about it that say that they're not cheating. And then I think that the person released a video of them with their hand to show you them playing. But then I'm like, I don't feel like that's sufficient. I feel like you need to see like your whole computer, like what's running on it. So I'm not convinced either way, really. But my own layman eyes not being involved in this, I'm like, I don't know how you can snap to people that quickly. That's pretty crazy. But I know that people are great at these games, and so maybe that's possible too. I'm more disturbed by the cat boy, cat girl thing. Just absolutely fucking flabbergasted that people watch that shit. And to each their own, I guess. What else can you say about that? It's weird. When I was watching the video, I'm like, so this weird character with like very minor animation just sits in the corner like that the entire time. And then just the mouth just kind of animates when the person talks.
VTubers, dude.
I know, but I'm like, why? I don't understand. Why not just be you?
Because everybody's 30 and bald.
Yeah. We need a better class of VTubers like Pecco. You know?
Oh, from Death Stranding. Yeah.
From Death Stranding. Yeah,
she was great. Yeah, I think
I almost uninstalled it when I got to that point, by the way.
Oh man.
I was like, I don't know what's going on now.
I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
That
Dude, you gotta wear the hat.
That felt like a jump the shark to me. In Death Stranding, of course, which is hilarious. The whole game is jumping the shark. But
yeah, it's funny that I knew exactly what you were talking about though, Dustin, with like the controversy. The person's name is Riley. And yeah, just rampant accusation. A lot of people accusing the cheating, and then a lot of people saying it's not cheating, and then a lot of people saying you're gaslighting.
I don't know.
It's clearly cheating, and then I'm like, I don't know, man.
I don't know enough about aimbots to say definitively whether or not that's, because I've seen people who are like very, very good who like they have a skill level that is kind of bordering on like, damn, that's actually like that looks like cheating, but I understand, like I know inherently, like I know what's happening. But I could go, I'm like 50-50 on it. I wouldn't be surprised if they were cheating. And I also wouldn't be surprised if necessarily like that they deleted their stuff because they just didn't want all this attention in the first place.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I can see it.
Well, as I understand, to be fair to this person is, I don't know if it's a he or she. I really don't know. It's a cat. Like I can't even tell by the cat.
It's
animation.
a cat.
It's a cat. they were not a big YouTuber or Twitch streamer. I think when you like, you're just a random person doing this for a small number of people, and then like your traffic I saw that the person tweeted out like their statistics, and it's like, damn, dude, like the order of magnitudes attention. And I think that's a lot to take all at once, especially when it's under duress.
Right.
I think that makes it even scarier probably for some people in some way. So I get that too. But yeah, it doesn't look, I mean, there's one way to prove it, which is to just go play where people can look at what you're doing. And I also agree. I think cheating is so fucking corny. Like, it's truly corny.
Yeah,
I play on chess.com sometimes, and you can easily use a chess engine and cheat there. It's really supposed to be like, it would be very trivial. It's been trivial to cheat in chess since fucking correspondence chess began. You're just kind of hoping everyone's doing the right thing. And it seems like most people do the right thing there. And then you're like building in these tools into games that are supposed to be fair, making them unfair for other people. In other words, I don't mind the game Genie era or something where it's like, oh, I'm going to fucking break this game open and give myself extra lives. Even if you're playing a multiplayer game, it should benefit both people. But like, why would you cheat to make yourself look better and really hinder and hurt the experience of other people? It seems like a thing that should get you completely banned from these various networks. I think they get banned on like a game by game basis, right? Or something with this stuff. But like, if you're like a known cheater on a console in Call of Duty or something, like, shouldn't you just be banned from PlayStation Network or banned from Xbox?
That does happen, I feel like.
Does it? I hope so. I mean, it seems wrong.
I remember that used to happen on Xbox Live. People would get like their entire Xbox Live account like flagged or banned permanently for cheating in one game.
Maybe it shouldn't be a permanent ban at first, but some sort of like, and maybe it should be a permanent ban if you've done it multiple times on multiple games. It's like, we don't want you in our community. And it sucks that like people have to play knowing that there are hundreds of thousands of potentially people cheating in a brand new game. And I agree with you, Chris. It's cool to like see that stuff now and then maybe be able to tamp that down. And some companies take it really seriously. Bungie sued, and I'm pretty sure won against some people that were making cheat software for Destiny. So I just don't understand why you would play a game like that. I understand wanting to cheat in a game. Like, you're playing a game, you're having a hard time, you drop the difficulty or whatever, but everyone's affected by your behavior. It's not a single player game.
Right.
Like, have some fucking respect, you know? Like, what is wrong with you? That's the thing that bothers me about it. It's like,
it's a weird person. It's like a uniquely selfish person.
We're supposed to live in a society, and we don't. And it's a shame.
Dude, there was that scandal a few months ago. The streamer, YouTuber Dr. Lupo, he was in a chess tournament. He's not known for streaming chess. He's like an FPS online streamer. He got caught cheating. And I think it was maybe a charity chess. No, let's see. Dr. Lupo admits to cheating in a $100,000 online chess tournament.
That's crazy, dude.
I think he initially denied it too, which made it worse. But
was he making like moves that were like way too sophisticated for him or something? Is that how people figured it out?
Well, I think that people, if I remember correctly, people caught on that they could see him like glancing at another monitor that had a chess engine up. It's like, dude, I'm looking at his channel. He's got 1.85 million subscribers, has this fantastic career where he's making insane money. And then you got to cheat at a chess tournament that's
$100,000.
Yeah,
that's loser behavior, dude.
Why would you do that, dude?
And
you had such a good thing going, and now you've ruined everything. He hasn't uploaded in 3 months since it happened. I'm guessing he'll eventually come back, but it's like, dude,
it is weird. It's just weird, but I don't get it.
You're making that much money to do something stupid like that, and you've got an audience that loves you. It's like.
And it's just so, just at this point, chess engines are so sophisticated. I mean, I play chess. I love chess. It's like chess engines play the highest, and like Stockfish and like the highest rated engines for chess play chess at 3-4 times higher play than the best player in the world. So if you want to just cheat, like what's even the point? The computer figured it out, buddy. The idea is to like keep it amongst humans. And it's funny, even with digital chess tournaments or people that are playing on computer, that's so serious that if you like accidentally move a piece somewhere, like it's over for you. Like you have to either play like that or resign. And it happens all the time with big players. I'm pretty sure Magnus Carlsen had a thing like that a few months ago where he like accidentally put a piece somewhere and had to resign. So like chess is best played in person, but it's a shame that it's a shame that it's so easy and trivial for people to cheat. And you could tell when I'm playing on chess.com, because I have an elo of like 1300 or something like that. Right. And so, which is like good, but it's not like anything special at all. And you could just tell people playing at a much higher level. It's like, you're cheating. You're not even making like, and that's how Stockfish became so good. It was taught the moves, but it was not taught how to play chess. So it figured out these fundamentally different ways to play. And different sorts of moves to kind of leverage and utilize. And it's a bummer. I think it's just scummy. That's the thing. I just don't understand it. It's just shitty to ruin other people's experiences and think that means anything other than you ruining other people's experiences. It's fucking lame. Nourishing Nut. Thank you for writing in. Ding Dong wrote in, said, "Hey guys, with Battlefield 6 on the horizon, it's obviously not going to pull 100 million players like Call of Duty does, but I think there's real potential for it to slice. Does Call of Duty have that many players? But I think there is a real potential for it to slice off a portion of the Call of Duty community, especially longtime fans like me, who have mostly fallen off since Black Ops 3. The only time I've come back were for Cold War or Black Ops 6, and even then, it's hard to stick around. Between the over-the-top immersion-breaking skins, skill-based matchmaking that's cranked so high you can't play casually with friends, and lobbies full of sweats every match, it's just exhausting. If Battlefield 6 can deliver solid gunplay, a fair matchmaking system, and keep its identity intact without chasing every trend, I could see a lot of us making the jump for good. Do you think EA and DICE actually have the discipline to do that? Or will they just try to codify it and miss the point? This is a really great question, because I think EA is in a really strong position with this game right now, based on the feedback and the player count. I saw, what's the guy that worked at Blizzard? Mike... Is it Mike's? I can't think of it. Is one of the guys that worked at Blizzard for a long time? He's always Mike Ybarra. He said something along the lines of like Battlefield is gonna like curb stomp Call of Duty this year, and it was making the rounds of being like a pretty high level person saying something like this. I'll say I feel like it seems like a heavy lift to beat Call of Duty. I just think that's going to be really difficult. I think a lot of people have tried. I think Battlefield has certainly tried many times and has been even well positioned to do it. Ironically, the last time that they might have been positioned to make a real inroad was when Battlefield 1 came out, and then they interrupted their own flow by also releasing Titanfall 2. So really made no sense.
Yeah.
But I think I guess what I'm wondering is if EA probably understands this, and I wonder if they're going to fuck it up. I think the big thing here is the game going to work when it comes out? And there is a no pre-order movement for this game. I wonder if that is shining through. I think access to future betas will require pre-order, right? So that's going to ratchet things up for them and for people that hold. Remember, Chris, you always bring up the Call of Duty, like won't buy the Steam group of like, I won't buy a Call of Duty, and then all of them are online playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, I think it was boycott Modern Warfare 3, I think.
Right, but yeah, and then they're all playing Modern Warfare 3. So we'll see what happens. So I'm not in these communities, so I don't know for sure. It just seems like Call of Duty is not going to be beaten. But I think, as I said last week, I think long term, Battlefield 6 can become bigger than any individual modern Call of Duty game if they really foster it for the years that it's going to require, while Call of Duty will continue to annualize and erode the last game and so on and so forth until they decide not to do that at all. And that might be where they're forced to go as well. So I wonder, do we believe that Battlefield will really go toe-to-toe with Call of Duty for the first time in maybe a decade?
I think now probably it has the best because even the fact that, because what is it, Black Ops 7 or whatever is this year? Is that what it is?
That's it. Yeah, that's Black Ops 7 this year. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's already kind of like a quick turnaround, like more quick than people are used to between direct sequels of these things. And so I could see, and that there doesn't seem to be that much. I remember that was it Xbox, they closed the showcase with it. Yes. And I remember people being like, oh, well, that's kind of disappointing that you would close the showcase with that. I mean, we all know that's coming. Sentiment around Call of Duty has been kind of low lately. Excitement for Battlefield's been high. I think I saw that the open beta for Battlefield had like 500 something on Steam anyway, had like 500,000 people in it as compared to like the Call of Duty beta, which was like I think 67,000 or like below 100. So like I think there's interest there that isn't normally there. And I think they're probably best positioned to walk away with it this year. It doesn't mean that Call of Duty is going to be beaten necessarily. It just means that I think Battlefield will do very, very well. And I think it will be worth considering. But you're not going to beat Call of Duty anytime soon. Like, even if they put out like really shitty Call of Duty games every like 3 years in a row, like there's still going to be so much brand loyalty and built-in like name recognition there that like they'll get hundreds of thousands of people based off that alone. So it's not going to curb stomp it, but I think critically, probably.
Mm-hmm.
People seem to be really high on it. This rush mode controversy notwithstanding, seems like they're in a pretty good position. And I think I don't know what they're calling it. I don't know what I think it's called Portal, where like you could like make your own shit. Like that's bringing in some pretty, like that immediately caught my eye because I was like, that's Forge. That's Halo stuff right there. They even showcase like a really old, like a really classic Halo custom game in their like showcase for it. So it's just like, oh, they might take it. They just got to not fuck it up, which I think they might actually. They might actually land the plane. How long it remains good, it's another question.
Yeah, they're gonna have to like really override. I mean, Call of Duty. I've said it before, just from an outsider's perspective. Like, I think Call of Duty has gotten commodified to a comical level. Like, when I tune in every once in a while to see like what's going on there, I'm like, really? This is what it looks like now? This is the way it plays now? This sucks. This is this is really weird. Like, but EA is gonna have EA is the master of microtransactions with their with their sports games and all the rest. And I wonder if they'll be able to resist. And we'll see. We'll see, because it's easy money if you're willing to just take these licenses and all the rest. But if they're smart, they'll like do the exact opposite of what their competitors doing, to just try to attract people and try to keep it grounded, and even promise that they'll do that. I think it'll be really interesting. I'm rooting for them. I don't really give a shit about either of these games, to be honest with you, but it would be nice for there to be a competitor to Call of Duty. I'm a little mystified by Call of Duty, to be honest. And I wasn't mystified about it 10 years ago. I used to actually talk up Call of Duty back when I played it, and I never really played online. I always played the campaigns. But it's not 10 years ago. It's like, what are we doing? It's like every year you're going to make a new one of these, like every year. And then of course everyone buys it. So you have the power to determine. And I mean, you like out there, like the individuals, like you have the power to determine like where this goes, but you buy this shit by the tens of millions. You love it. It's the same thing with sports games and everyone complaining about those. It's like, but you still buy them. You could like 1 year you could get organized and really fuck Call of Duty. Like, you really could. You just don't have the stuff to do, like, to resist that sort of thing generally. Like, a lot of people don't. And frankly, I don't either with the things I really care about.
Yeah.
So it's tough. All right. Well, that's all we have for the games we're playing. I think we're satisfied there. I'll report back on Doom. I'm going to move on to Mafia as well. And again, get in touch with my Sicilian side, see what my family members were doing in, what was it, like, what is this, like 1913 or something? Dicking around, eating tomatoes, throwing spaghetti against the wall to see if it's done. All right. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can write in on the weekly threads in the newsfeed for this show and all the other shows within our network. We pull out your inquiries. You've heard a bunch of them throughout the show. This is 6 more as we end things as we always do. So look out for that thread each Wednesday, and I delete it on Thursday. So you have a small 24-ish hour window. It's about 21 hours. Ken Glizzy Jr. wrote in and said, CDC Music Factory. So after getting the plat in RoboCop, I figured I'd try Danganronpa. Well, I got to the 4th trial after 15 hours and it said, you're halfway through the game. I said, fuck this, turned it off and deleted it off my PS5. What a stupid fucking game. Anyone that likes that shit needs to have their crawl space checked. God damn, what a slog. Anyways, I'm going to shove a Japanese bear down my urethra and listen. Kudos, boys, on a job done. Dustin, I needed to know your feelings on this.
Well, what I find funny, I'm looking at how long to beat. Danganronpa is 25 hours. So either he was playing slow or the game I don't remember it telling you being halfway done.
Yeah, I don't remember that either, but I haven't played the original Danganronpa in 10 years. So
I'm just shocked that
go ahead.
Ken Glizzy Jr. plays 15 hours of this game before he decides that it's so bad that someone needs to have their asshole inspected if they think it's good. Like, what were you just like at hour 5, you were like, oh, I feel it. I'm going to get this. At hour 10, you were like, oh, here we go. And then something happened at 15 where you just cracked. You should if you didn't like it, you should have stopped long before, because you definitely had the gist at that point of what Danganronpa is.
I'm confused by that too.
So, but yeah, you're wrong. It's a fantastic game. It's not boring. I can see if you don't like visual novels, then not liking it. But man, especially the ending is so good.
It's really not a visual novel, though, in my opinion. No, it's an adventure game. Like, that's why I'm surprised. Like that, it's not even. You don't even have that excuse.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm more confused about you more than anything.
Yeah,
but I guess he gave it a really. I mean, you're not that far from beating the game at this point, I think, based on the hour count. But again, you may have been slow, so that might be on you.
What a stupid fucking game, he says. Anyone that likes this shit needs to have their crawl space checked. Why? Because you think I have bodies in it? I don't have actually, I do have a crawl space.
Oh,
what?
No, nothing.
What were you gonna say?
When he said when I read the crawl space thing, I thought it was something about getting your asshole checked. That's why I made that comment earlier. It must have been very confusing.
I see. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a euphemism. I don't know. Is your asshole a crawl space?
It can be. If you want to find out,
I can just go right. I could just kind of crawl right into it
in there like a tauntaun.
Yeah, right.
Like a tauntaun, dude. You can wear me. You wear like a skin.
Right.
That's how you get in, bro.
Right. Keep you warm.
Think about it.
Little stinky.
Something to think about.
No, I think he's literally talking about your literal crawl space, which probably has like, a prisoner in it, a body, a corpse, skeleton.
Right.
Bro played over half the game. Maybe you need to check your own crawl space, bro.
Okay. Nikolai wrote in and said, can Dollman shut the fuck up? Dude is always telling me to do shit that I've done a million times or explaining some elementary shit to me like I'm a child. To make it worse, Sam keeps mentioning how you load packages into the back of the truck. Thanks, dude. I'm a child and didn't know how trucks work, and I didn't hear the last dozen times you explained it. Has Kojima Productions completely been sonified with this infantilizing shit? What's with AAA games treating us like babies? Is the lowest common denominator truly that stupid? Chris, what do you think?
The answer is, well, first of all, the answer is yes. The answer is yeah. The yellow paint is on ladders for a reason.
Agreed.
Sorry. Like, I understand that we intrinsically understand certain things and it seems incredibly obvious, but we are also at a level we interact with these things. You have to I stopped being annoyed with these things when I started looking at them as the developers kind of understanding that this very well could be, depending on the game, of course, and depending on the developer, this very well could be somebody's first video game. And so, yeah, sometimes they're over-explaining. I found Death Stranding 2 to be, I don't know, like, there is some of that. It's not nearly as egregious, in my opinion, as, like, God of War, when Atreus is, like, solving the puzzle before you even have a chance to fucking do it. Because Dollman's really kind of, like, it is annoying, but it's I think it's overblown a little bit with this comment in particular.
Well, we were making fun of it earlier with the president talking about his private connections and all of that. I think some of it is programming towards the lowest common denominator, and I think a lot of it is focus testing. But I think a lot of it, like Dollman to me and Death Stranding 2 seem to be trying to fill a void. Like they felt like there needed to be something said, like there's too much quiet. And I want games to embrace quiet moments. Right. You're not always bombarded with audio visual stimuli in your real world, even when you're doing things that are exciting or interesting. Think about well, you guys wouldn't do this, but like go to a tennis match or watch a golf tournament or something and everyone's quiet and they're just watching. Right.
That's part of it.
Right. Or you're at a band and you have an obstructed view, but you can still hear it. And you don't necessarily, the whole thing is nice sometimes and it's a stimulus, but I want that for 40, 50, 60, 100 hours. I think companies need to learn how to embrace quiet moments more. Like, as if the game is not interacting with you, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose the person because it's not bombarding them with shit. So I wonder how much of it is Sony and how much of it, which is probably some of it, and some of it is just clever writing, people vamping in the VO booth, lots of triggers as the things you're doing, just triggering the same stuff over and over again, a little bit of an elegant way to go forward. Like, there should just be a trigger. Like, after we've told you 5 times how to use the truck, we just will under no circumstance tell you how to do it again. Like, that's the kind of shit that should just be baked into the game. Then if you need help, you go to the tutorial. I do that sometimes, where I go into the in-game tutorial, be like, how does this work again? I don't really expect the game to like constantly keep telling me. But yeah, there is a lot of extraneous exposition. And I'm trying to think of a game recently. What was it? MindsEye maybe, or something where you can tell where there were sticking points in play testing and focus testing, where like you just walk up to a thing and then it just tells you what to do. And I'm not even saying audio, like where like a prompt, like text will come up being like, use the door or something like that. And like that happens in a game every once in a while, where it's like, yeah, why are you telling me this now? Literally 90 out of 100 people must have gotten stuck here or something. So I like trying to like reverse engineer why they're doing certain things as well. But that's more in seldom parts of the game, or when they introduce new elements too deep into a game, or you haven't forgotten about an element or whatever. But there's a lot of talking in Death Stranding, no doubt. Yeah. Big Yoshi wrote in and said, hi guys. I was wondering if you have any recommendations for good stoner games. My free time is limited and I love to take an edible to relax when I get the chance. This often overlaps with time I could be gaming, but I often find myself too damn stoned to game. Sometimes figuring out what the fuck is going on in Oblivion or dealing with the terrain in Death Stranding is just not what I'm down for when I'm enjoying an edible. I wonder if you'll have any recommendations for good games to play when you're stoned, ideally low pressure and engaging gameplay. Have a great day. I can't really think of low pressure games, but well, I mean, I could, but because my recommendation is not a low pressure game, but for some reason Tetris Effect came to mind for me. What I think you need is to capture a game that puts you in a sort of flow state. No narrative to take care of, no characters to track, no inventory, no menus, just pure gameplay. And I feel like those kinds of games cater pretty well towards what you're looking for. Great Rock Band and Guitar Hero used to be great stoner games back in the day. We were talking about those last week. So I think a game like Tetris Effect would do pretty well for you. But again, it's not really, it could be depending on what you put the speed on and stuff. It's not really low pressure, but it is deeply engaging and it's all about gameplay and you don't have to kind of focus on all those other things. I also wonder, Micah texted me and said Power Wash Simulator. That's a great,
I was about to say, a low pressure game is ironically high pressure.
Right.
With Power Wash.
Right. Yeah, that's another great one. Just something that kind of turns your mind off. I wonder if like some of these long road or long distance trucking simulators would be good for that or whatever. You have to look for the games with like kind of a monotype of gameplay, like a golfing game, like just something that lets you focus. That's my answer to that. But yeah, I love that answer, Mike. That's a good answer. Power Wash Simulator. Great answer. Power Wash Simulator 2 coming out later this year, hopefully. I believe. So excited. Really, really looking forward to it. Do you guys have any recommendations for this?
Yeah, I was thinking because you could kind of apply when we've talked about cozy games. You could also kind of just change that to stoner games because they're kind of one and the same depending on how stoned you are. Like I was thinking about Stardew Valley might be a good one. Grow some crops, hang out with some of the ladies in the town. You know, do a little bit of the low stakes combat. Well, not always, but something like that might be good. But there's a flip side to this where depending on how stoned you are, sometimes if you play a game, you don't want something that's going to scare you. So Control maybe isn't the move. But have you ever been in a, you're like, wow, this story is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. And being stoned might even enhance that. So, but if you're too stoned, might freak you out a little bit.
Dead Space.
Yeah, Dead Space.
Jesus Christ.
Eat a bunch of mushrooms and then play Dead Space. Or Silent Hill 2.
Fun.
See how that goes.
I don't like playing games when I'm stoned. I don't like it at all. I can't focus on anything.
Being drunk and playing games is more difficult for me. Not that I'm drunk and
It's
playing
both.
games often, but like if I get home from drinking and then I try to play a game, I'm like all fucked up.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's just straight up impossible. But I don't know. I'm too like I want to do other things if I'm high. Like playing video games is such a like. I'm actually like very specifically like I want my head to be as clear as possible if I'm playing a game. Like I have to like meditate to like get out of stress sometimes to enjoy a game properly. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get into it.
Deli department wrote in.
Impossible.
Said hello, sacred dudes. I recently stumbled with some black magic tech called Genie 3 developed by Google, where you can print basically anything and you can make an interactive game of whatever you wrote in the prompt. Yes, it's AI slop, but for what I've seen so far, it's looking pretty impressive with realistic physics and real life graphics. You can almost call this thing first generation of a fully AI generated video game. Is this tool where the future of the video game industry is going? Is this tool where the future of the game industry is going, seeing how Microsoft has been betting towards AI lately? Or am I becoming completely sucked into the AI algorithm? Have a great day, amigos. It might be going in this direction. I just don't know why you want it to.
Yeah.
I see like Jaffe's long talked about this, like these like AI tools where you can make like these really rudimentary games. It's like, who cares? Like, it's not like we're like without this stuff. I don't get it. I just don't understand. It's like, yeah, we have fucking 17,000 games that came out last year. I'm going to go make a fucking game on with AI slop. Look, even Chris is exhausted by your fucking proclamations of using AI. We're all tired of it.
Yeah, I was watching a video, and it actually did bore me. Like I was like looking at it. It's this video of some guy Genie 3ing, I guess the famous Nighthawks painting of the diner.
Oh yeah, I saw that and it rotates it.
Yeah, and I'm just like
that's not the point. Like what?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's a painting. It's a painting.
I just don't like this stuff. It's also my favorite painting, so it's like it's
it
really
is. I didn't know that. That's an iconic painting. Yeah.
Just the no door. It's just so interesting. Everything
it's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah, it's a very weird painting.
Yeah. But
did you see that thing that was going around recently? Either of you of it's like the pixelated role playing game but it's 3D.
Oh, yeah.
And that's like where a lot of this stuff. It's like and it's just like a 2-second clip of someone like going down a mountain into a village, but it's all 3D. It's all pixelated and it looks beautiful. And then people are like, oh, you should use the ad and make this game. And it's like, it's not how it works. It would be so expensive and difficult. It would be beautiful to make a game like this. It would be incredibly hard to do. And I am just simply not interested to see what AI has to say about video games. I'm not. You can use these tools to make foliage and duplicate things and help you around the edges and make NPCs say interesting things, I guess. But at some point, it's like, I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm being redundant, but I just don't understand why people are so intrigued by this. It's a person who doesn't play music or play an instrument being intrigued by making music. Nothing's stopping you from making music. And now you're going to use like some other device or program or some other entity to make the music for you that you can't make yourself. And then call it music and be a musician. I just don't think that works for me. It might be gatekeeping, but I just don't think that works. And I'm getting to the point where this reliance, and I'm not saying this from the deli department, I don't know this person, but it's becoming a bit of an IQ test for me. It is. Like where I'm like, why are you so like, when you're on Twitter and everyone's like, Grok, is this true?
Yeah.
It's like, you could just Google it. Like, have some agency in your life. What are we doing? We're just seeding everything and we all get sucked up into it in different ways. I was talking earlier about being just sucked into the algorithm on YouTube. It's like, we gotta, I don't know, man. We're never going to pull out of this. So it's almost like saying like, we gotta change. Nothing's going to change. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And we're all going to succumb to it. And we're all going to be forced to fucking deal with it and adopt it. And it's going to infiltrate everything we love. And it sucks. And people that talk about it like it's not this culturally displacing thing is they're dreaming. They are.
Yeah. We can always wait for a solar flare.
That'd be nice. We could just do it ourselves with an EMP.
Yeah, it's true.
The solar flare is good, but the side of the planet that's not facing the sun will be immune to it. We need to place EMPs strategically throughout the world, hundreds of them. Just fry the shit out of everything. No death. No death.
Yeah, no.
No violence. Just EMP blasts from the atmosphere.
Well, there will be.
There'll be violence afterwards.
Somebody's in an iron lung or something.
Right.
But,
and obviously warlords will rise up and civil wars will happen and everything's going to go incredibly crazy. But at least we don't have to deal with this anymore. just so tired of it. People should go look up the I don't even know if it has a name, but the guy going towards the castle in that pixelated 3D environment. It looked so beautiful. But it's like it's AI rendering, dude. It's not a game. There's nothing there. There's no there. So yeah, it's cool that AI can do this stuff. I just don't give a shit. It's one of the things I'm most mystified about Jaffe. This like legendary designer. He designed Twisted Metal and God of War. And he is willing to offload all of it to AI. I'm like, okay. But remember that the AI only knows what design is because you made Twisted Metal and God of War. Otherwise, I have nothing to copy. Very mysterious. It feels like defeatism. But much like nuclear weapons and mutually assured destruction, now everyone has to chase AI because otherwise you'll be totally out. I mean, did you guys see what Intel said a week or two ago where they were like, we are too late. And like with AI and all this stuff, and we're going to have to like lay off a shit ton of people and figure something out because like we're just too late. Like that's how accelerated it is. If you weren't on this bandwagon and having these deals for microprocessors and all these chipsets and all these different things people need and these server farms and the power consumption and all these kinds of things, and they just didn't see it in time, and it ruined this once iconic American company.
That's another unforeseen consequence of all just the environmental impact of it. It's crazy in comparison to just like anything else that we usually do.
It's why we need to bring nuclear power back, and that should have happened fucking yesterday. And
that should have been immediate.
And solar, like for like, it's, you could tell that like we're not, the utilities, for instance, are not in it. Obviously they want to make money, but if you lived in like a city, like a sunny city, LA, right? A little hazy, but really what you would want to do is to put as many solar panels as humanly possible on your buildings all over the city.
Right.
And just farm the sun. I think Elon Musk always says that is like, we capture so little of the sun that it's like comical. Like all of the power we will ever need is just emanating out of it every second. And we just have to capture it instead of like, no, we'll burn fossil fuel and your electric rates will go up 4 times.
It's insane.
It sucks.
Ridiculous.
Dustin's back. He left for a second. Who knows what he's doing?
What
happened?
His headphones in.
No, I can't hear you. You're muted.
You're muted now.
My parents showed up and were knocking on the door, and Holly wasn't answering for an extended period of time. So I was like, I had to go investigate.
Oh, okay.
Everything's fine.
Good. Derek Dowdy wrote in, said, greetings, SS Clankas. Very respectful. Thank you. Can we just acknowledge that nu metal is totally back? First up, last week, we got Limp Bizkit's Break Stuff featured in the Battlefield 6 reveal trailer. And this week we find out that the Madden 26 soundtrack is loaded with bangers from Limp Bizkit, Korn, and 311, just to name a few. Is it time to break out the Jenko jeans and Adidas shell toes again? I vote yes. Thanks for all that you do and keep on rolling, baby. 311 is not nu metal. It's not metal of any kind. But yes, I've been seeing this, that the Madden 26 soundtrack has got an old school feel. And this is what I was going to bring up earlier about, and I saved it, is I was talking about Hot Pursuit 2, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 and the soundtracks. And dude, the soundtracks on EA games used to be amazing. I was introduced to so much music through EA sports games, specifically, like tons of it. And and Tony Hawk and these other things, like it was just so awesome in that PS1, PS2 era when they can finally put actual music, like digitized music, as opposed to MIDI on without sacrificing space onto these discs. They sure did. And I just remember it so well. And it's cool that it's coming back. Like, bands just don't seem to be a thing anymore. Like, obviously there are bands, we listen to bands, we like bands, but it's not really a thing where I had like 10 bands at one time that I loved that could all be found on MTV and all be in Hit Parade or whatever the fuck nonsense, you know, like, and it just doesn't seem like that anymore. And so you have to kind of go back.
It's on the come up, I think. I think it's been a while without him. And now you're starting to see, like, I remember, like, I think I brought it up on an episode somewhat recently in the last like couple months of just like these kids in like a garage just doing like garage band stuff. And they're like clearly like 14, 15 or something. And they were getting pretty big. And even just like the bands that are popping up now, like Viagra Boys and you know, they're somewhat old, but they're like relatively new to like mainstream stuff. It's gonna happen again. And I think this stuff is picking up steam specifically because it's been that obligatory amount of time before things have to be reintroduced to the lexicon. It was the 80s in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. It was like 80s was cool. You know, 80s was like fucking Stranger Things. You know, all sorts of other things that happened around that time. And now it's like, yeah, the early 2000s, late 90s, that's about as long ago. So now it's getting a little resurgence.
Yeah, I love it. I love nu metal so much, and it's cool. Like, I was just the right age for nu metal, but it was definitely informed by a lot of soundtracks and film, TV shows, and all of the rest. And so it's always going to be really special to me. But yeah, 311 is not a nu metal band. Although I did see that, yeah, they're on Madden. I think Down is the song on Madden. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's Come Original or something. So yeah, really, really cool. Now, I never owned Jenkos. I've said before, like, I couldn't really afford them. That would have been like the only pair of pants I ever would have gotten that year.
Jenko jeans?
Yeah, like my dad would give me $200, or we would go together. We would go to Bob's, which was like the kind of, it's not like a department store. It's like a clothes store, like, you know, a budget kind of clothes store. Yeah, and like I would buy. I'm sorry.
Well, like a Rainbows or
yeah, kind of like that. Like it's like a big box store, but for clothes. Yeah, I don't know if they still exist. It's called Bob's. I don't remember. It's like it's just black sign with white Bob's on it. I don't know what the fuck it was. And but it's a chain. And yeah, I would get like a pair of shoes and like 3 pairs of jeans and then like some shirts, and that would be like my school clothes. And so like, and I wanted Jenkos, but it's like that would be literally the whole. And I'm so glad. In hindsight, my dad did me a huge favor by never getting me a pair of Jenkos because I authentically never had them. So I never wore my pants that big.
Right.
Now, Adidas shell toes, they never went away for me. I've been wearing Adidas shell toes for like 30 years at this point. Seriously, it's like my earrings. Like, I got my earrings in 2002 when they were kind of going out of style. And they've kind of come back in and out like 5 times since then. But I've just never taken them out. Just never stopped wearing them. So I'll be ready when it comes back again. And in the meantime, I'm out. But the shell toe, yeah, what a look. What a look. What a sound. Love that era. And it was fun. Nu metal was fun.
Yeah.
It was angsty.
I think I found a lot of that stuff from like Tony Hawk and Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, Crazy Taxi is another great example. The Offspring.
Yeah.
Ixnay on the Ombre.
I remember I found Offspring and Bad Religion through Crazy Taxi. I remember being like, what is this? This is crazy.
Yeah, like I knew, by the time Crazy Taxi came out, I knew, like, because the Offspring's first 2 like real records, which would be Smash and Ixnay on the Ombre, I had those already, but that was coming up on, Crazy Taxi came out around the time that Americana came out, which was pretty fly for a white guy, as you might recall. That old chestnut, as it were. I love the Offspring. I play the Offspring on my drums all the time. I'm really attracted to certain bands. Like, I play a lot of songs from certain bands on drums. Like, for some reason, I can just play Offspring songs. No Doubt. Lit is another one that I love to play along with. Just really Rage Against the Machine, stuff like that. And yeah, for some reason, the Offspring, I'm just into playing on the drums. It's just a lot of fun for me. People should, if you're not familiar with Offspring, definitely check out the records Smash and Ixnay on the Ombre. Those are awesome records. And that's not nu metal really either. It's like
post
grunge kind of.
It's like melodic punk.
Yeah.
Melodic post punk, something like that.
Right. Yeah, it's before nu metal.
Yeah.
And then it crosses over into new metal, but it's before new
metal. By the way, we talk about like how stupid genre naming is in video games. Like, wait until you look at music.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Sludge metal.
Cum metal. I think I saw. And it's to the point where like I saw cum metal on like a magazine or whatever, and I'm like, I don't even know if that's like a photo. I don't even know if that's a meme because like butt rock is real, and like there's like, you know what I mean. So it's just like, yeah, there might be cum metal. I have no idea.
Cum metal. Gent
sounds completely believable. Gent. How do you? It's
Gent's just an onomatopoeia, which is the funniest part.
Right. Gent.
Math rock was always the one where I'm like, I'm done with this now.
Right.
And then post, like I used it earlier as post grunge, like the idea of post rock, post all these things. It's like, well, post hardcore was a big one, but it's like, well, that's just something else then, isn't it? It's like if it's post something, but you're still using the old word. Postmodern. All right.
Whatever.
Derek.
I'm ready for post cum metal.
Post cum metal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Soon enough. Give it time.
I'm ready for pre-cum metal.
Pre-cum.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Gross. Trefaroth writes in and says, "Greetings, Sacred Sirs. I wanted your thoughts on a recent comment from Sadahiko Hayawaka, soon-to-be corporate executive officer and CFO of Sony Financial Group. When asked about Sony's investment in Bandai Namco and its push for IP expansion, he said that the company is, quote, moving away from a hardware-centric business to a community-based engagement business, end quote. Of course, that line blew up online with people assuming it means exclusivity is ending and consoles are going away. But in context, he was talking about shifting towards entertainment creation, noting Sony's biggest and most sustainable growth is coming from areas like music and Crunchyroll. Sony's Toshimoto even compared their anime business to being in its PS1 stage, hinting at a big boom ahead. Given Sony's diversification into anime, music, TV, and film alongside gaming, here's my question. If their live service gaming plans continue to fail, could these other entertainment areas prop up Sony in place of it in the future? Is a live service hit really the only answer, or should we look forward to new budding aspects of the business pulling the weight of the game funding in the future? Thanks for all you do, and can we please get a mom and dad Gears of War sacred stream? You will get it. I promise, we will do that. It's so funny how blown out of proportion this has become, in my opinion. I say that as someone who has been much more bullish than most that Sony should be going, in some sense, multi-platform. I'll be really clear that I think Sony has, as we said many times, Sony has a lot to gain from playing nice with Switch and playing nice with PC and Steam. I think they have nothing to gain really from playing nice with Xbox. And that's why I'm a little perplexed, because it can't just be about, well, they want to make money. And again, I'll just say, if they want to make money, then why am I not playing Donkey Kong Bonanza on PS5? If it's all just, if that's the bottom line, then that's it. But it's got to be about a lot more than that. So there's a lot of people that are reading a lot too much into this, and all you have to do is kind of give it time, and I think it'll play out the way you probably suspect. But Sony's diversification in entertainment, I think, has been a really smart move. As I think Dustin, when you and I were doing the E3 1995 thing, I was saying this is such a unique time to view Sony through, because they were just fresh off of buying in the 80s CBS Music, which became Sony Music, and Columbia, which became Sony Pictures. And they understood earlier than almost anyone, I would say, that the future is in content, not in hardware. And I don't mean that about gaming hardware. It's just it's not in electronics. It can be if you're Samsung or LG or these other companies, but the growth model was based on leveraging not the VCR, but what you put into it, not the PlayStation, but what you play on it. And they've been really, really solid about that. And if you read their quarterlies, music does well, typically pictures does well. And I think this continued diversification is going to be seen and is going to become vital. I want to focus in on anime. And he did say that they're in the PS1 stage of their anime movement, which is really fascinating about what they see for this. And yeah, it could be like a thing that's bolstered, but it's about circulating these ideas and these products through the various silos of Sony in a way that's conceivable. Remember, we were saying, what was that last 100? What the hell is that song? That game called? Academy, something like that. The
Last Defense Academy.
Yeah, Last Defense Academy.
100th line.
That's being published by a Sony group group entity, and not on PlayStation. And like, these are the things that they have to like ameliorate. These are the like filling in these gaps. And I'm not saying that game really matters, but filling in these gaps so there are no blind spots, I think is going to be a major part of PlayStation sustenance moving forward. Sony is going to become less of an electronics company. It already has become much less of an electronics company. Much more than half of its money is made outside of electronics in content and services. So I wanted to ask you guys about this and specifically get your read on the interpretation of this, that this means they're going to publish on Xbox specifically. I just don't really understand where people are getting this from. And anything can happen. I think Helldivers 2 opened up a door that we never expected to be open before. But I just feel like I don't know where people are like getting this particular read on this from. And it really seems to be more about the cross circulation between their different products. So that you have an anime, the anime does really well. You offload the anime's game to Bandai Namco. Now you own a piece of Bandai Namco. So now you like get special access to it, or you get perks or pre-orders or whatever. It's like, that's what it seems to mean to me. But I don't know. Do you have anything you want to say?
I feel like the quote, moving away from a hardware-centric business to a community-based engagement business, that's the line that's been, as the write-in mentions, blowing up online. It's like, yeah, you can change what your primary focus is and still do that still, right? Where it's like, I don't think this means it's like, oh, we're done making PlayStation hardware, which is what some people jump to, which is just obviously insanity. But it makes sense that as you were saying, as far as like PlayStation, since the beginning, I mean, has realized that content is like, well, not just PlayStation, Sony, I should say in general, is that content is king. And if they can control all the different verticals in which the content is also consumed, then I mean, you've kind of got a winning strategy there. I am curious about them saying Crunchyroll is in its PS1 stage and anime in general. I mean, clearly right now, anime is bigger than ever, more socially acceptable than ever, making more money than ever. That seems like it's a pretty insane trajectory to be in its PS1 stages right now. That seems like wishful thinking to me, even as an anime fan that can see its growth. I just don't know if it's going to have that level of growth in the future.
I am curious where this all goes, because they do seem to be extra aggressive in that particular media silo, where they want to be an anime and manga. And that was part of the Katakawa stuff and whatever too. Right. What do you think, Chris?
Well, I mean, I kind of latched onto that same kind of thing that Dustin was talking about, where it's like the PS1 stage is like, are you sure? I don't know. It seems like I feel like anime was in its PS1 stage around the PS1. Honestly, like at least like from the vibe that I got, or like the feeling of it. Like maybe I just don't know how it gets much bigger than it is now. It seems like it's pretty fucking huge. So that kind of struck me as strange, but I do think a lot of the Doom casting here is much ado about nothing. It seems like a really weird. It seems even just like the phrasing of this doesn't even really seem to imply a lot of the things that I've been saying about it. So like I don't really know where any of this is coming from. Really, I think Helldivers maybe did it a little bit. I think maybe Helldivers conjunction. Yeah, Helldivers in conjunction with this. Like I feel like it's kind of an example of, you know, the human brain just looking for patterns where there are none, because it's just so used to looking. I wouldn't. God of War's not going to Series X or anything. Like you don't got to worry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. I just don't see why you would do it. Like Xbox is on the mat for the games as a service where you need to spread the field. Do what you got to do. And I agree with it. And I've said that long ago. Like we keep bringing up fair games. It's like, just release it on Xbox immediately. Yeah. And just buttress the player base as much as you can.
They're doing the same thing with Marathon.
Right. Exactly. It's like, that's fine with me. But I don't understand why you would ever, like, if it does come to pass that that Xbox gets any of Sony's single player, you know, marquee games, I would be really confused by that. I really would. Again, a group that bought 100,000 units of Final Fantasy 16. I don't know. I just don't know like to what end you would do that and why you would undercut yourself when you're winning. So like they're winning more than ever in the hardware space. And for people that don't think that you don't want to sell hardware and sell games on hardware, I don't think you understand how the games industry works as it's currently constituted. Remember, Sony is making much more money, like grossing much more money than Microsoft just based on PlayStation 5 when Microsoft bought all of these publishers. So obviously it's just latent passive income. You got to protect it. And putting your games on other consoles is not protecting your latent income. So we'll see how it all plays out. But anyway, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. Boys, it's good to be here with you today. I appreciate your time. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of the day?
No, I think today's probably going to be a Battlefield day. The beta's open again. So I'm going to get my time in, see what's new. Get a look at this new map. Maybe continue on with Human Revolution. I had it in my games I was playing, but I haven't really put enough time into it this week to really talk about it. But I do want to get through it. This DLC is just like really hitting me in like a roadblock kind of way. Like I just kind of want to get through it. Just feels so disconnected. It's so disjointing. That's why it's just a prime example of why I just don't really generally like DLC. I just feel like it's disruptive to something that's like, why are you doing this? But that's probably it for me today. Relaxed, low key.
Cool. Very good. Dustin, goodbye to you. Any plans?
Any plans? I mean, really, it's the same as Chris. The only thing I got going on is playing Battlefield. I got a text from Brandon this morning before I woke up saying, "Hey, Battlefield's beta's back on. What are we doing?" So the boys are ready, and I will answer the call later tonight.
Cool.
I don't know why my parents stopped over in the middle of everything, and I don't know why Holly didn't answer. So I gotta get some questions answered.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about that as well. So make sure to report back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to know why they were there. I want to know why Holly didn't answer the door. So make sure to we got to ask
Frisk too. I mean, she was the one that was freaking out the whole time.
Right.
What does she know?
Right. All right. Very good. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really do need to mow the lawn. I think it might be a little too wet to mow right now. We'll see. Got to work out. I don't know. I'll be dicking around, hanging out. But boys, it was good to be here with you. I appreciate your time. And I appreciate all of you out there as well for your support and your love and your kindness of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media for early ad-free access. Couldn't do it without your support over there. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Please check it out. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.